Okay, good morning, everyone. We will get underway. This is budget meeting number 2, capital budget. Before we begin, Councillor Fernandez, go ahead.
Yes, thanks. Good morning. In reviewing our operations budget timing, I was thinking that I'd like to put a proposal forward for consideration for council. Given that there are many times that either the delegations or staff have an explanation that takes a fair bit of time, and I'm kind of privy to your timer, Chair. I think that maybe what it might be prudent to consider is holding the timer while our staff gets a chance to put forward an explanation, especially if it starts to become more complicated and takes a little bit of time. I mean, maybe not through the entire explanation, but I think that would be a fair representation for 5-minute questioning, and it also allows staff the appropriate time to respond to questions that might be complicated.
Okay.
I'll leave it to your judgment, but I just think that sometimes staff may feel that they have to rush through an answer because council is anxious to ask the next question.
Right. We actually discussed that in our agenda setting meeting. Staff did pick up on that as well, and we discussed it. And while we're not going to make any formal changes, what I will do is if there is a particularly lengthy explanation required, I'll give the timer a pause and add a bit of extra time.
Okay. Thanks.
With that out of the way, we will begin. Mr. Chapman. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Davey and members of committee. I'm pleased to present to you the draft 2016 capital budget and 10-year forecast. Like the operating budget, I'll present the first few slides in overview, then you'll hear from the local boards, and then Mr. Haggie will walk you through the balance of the deck. And as with operating, Deborah will be summarizing any direction that you give throughout the course of the day, and at the end of the day, we'll bring that up as a resolution so that you can ratify the direction that you've set for us. This slide reminds the various ways that citizens can stay connected to our budget process, and since last week's meeting, we've now posted our 3 budget videos online. I would remind you that one of those videos is an overview on development charges, which is relevant to the issues that we're dealing with today. And I think in about 3 minutes, it summarizes very well what is a very complicated issue. So I would encourage you to watch it yourself and consider sharing it with your constituents because, as I say, it simplifies in a way that's easily understood something that's often very complicated. This is our calendar of budget meetings for the year. As you know, it's our goal to have all follow-up information available to the public for review prior to budget input night. Based on the list we've seen coming together so far, certainly we'll have that out before the Christmas break. And our goal will be to give members of the public many weeks to review that content before they come and make their delegations to you. This is the agenda for the day. I'll cover the overview, and then, as I say, you'll hear from the local boards, and then Ryan will speak to the balance of the content. As you know, the budget funds our investment in capital assets, either in the form of new assets or the rehabilitation of existing assets. These projects provide a long-term benefit and can take several years to complete, so often we'll see projects that are budgeted over multiple years because of the timing of those works. As you know, we estimate costs through the capital budget. We don't have precision, and we have quality of estimates that indicate to you how precise we believe the estimates are that we're putting before you. And there are a range of costs that are included within our various capital budgets, as seen on the slide. This slide summarizes the different ways that we take direction from Council to build a capital budget submission for you. As you know, some of the processes that you lead occur at regular intervals, such as the strategic plan, which is refreshed every term of Council, or the DC bylaw, which is updated at least once every 5 years. Other processes like master plans and specific issue reports, as you know, happen on an as-needed basis. Regardless of how the priorities are identified, they're often referred to the capital budget process, which is where they're prioritized, timed, and have funding put against them. Therefore, the budget process is not intended to revisit the detailed rationale for every project, rather to consider how to best manage the overall program as a whole. Once Council's identified priorities, it's up to staff to propose a budget that we believe best addresses those priorities in light of limited resources. To do that, we apply a multi-tiered filter, and you can see 3 of those tiers on the slide. First, we give highest priority to projects that are required to meet legislation. For example, the retrofit or the rehabilitation of the Kiwanis Park pool is a project that would meet that criteria. Secondly, we give priority to projects that ensure the continued delivery of core services, like replacing our utility infrastructure. And finally, priority is given to projects that address community priorities and also enhance quality of life, things like investments in parks and trails. To ensure that the projects are identified and prioritized appropriately, there are multiple stages to the budget process. It starts at the divisional level, where directors and their teams identify projects within their divisional areas based on their master plans and their own priorities. That's then reviewed and managed to the departmental level by department heads. Finance staff review and validate the budgets, and then ultimately, over the course of 2 full days, the Administrative Review Committee finalizes the submission that you see before you today. The remaining slides that I have in the overview talk about some of the key highlights and achievements in the capital budget. At a very high level, the 10-year forecast includes almost 500 projects with a combined value of $1.2 billion. Often we use the terms capital budget and capital forecast interchangeably, but I would remind you of the technical distinction between the two. Every year you approve a capital budget, so you set in stone for the year the capital priorities, you commit to them through the budget process. But along with that, you approve a 10-year forecast. That 10-year forecast is not a firm commitment because it's adjusted each year, and ultimately 1 year is brought into the capital budget, which is given formal approval. But I would remind you that a 10-year forecast does reflect the best practice in that it enables you to take a longer-term view, to take a longer-term view with respect to priorities and also the funding that you allocate to those priorities to make sure that they can happen. There are 3 key achievements in the capital budget and forecast that you'll deal with today. First of all, the budget is balanced. Second, it proposes substantial new investments in priority areas. And lastly, it reduces the city's debt. I'll elaborate on the first point, that the capital forecast is balanced both financially and in terms of priorities. In terms of financial balance, it means that we've identified funding sources for all projects which are included in the forecast. And this may sound like common sense or the normal thing to do, but you'd be surprised at the number of municipalities that don't fully fund the projects in their capital forecast. Therefore, their forecast becomes simply a wish list, something that can never be fully achieved, and there is no confidence that it can be executed upon. But this council has always been committed to approving an achievable forecast, one which is fully funded and that we can execute on. And I would encourage you to maintain that discipline through the course of today's discussion. In terms of priority, we believe the forecast is balanced, which means that the highest priority projects are scheduled to be completed first. As you know, there are funding constraints on the capital forecast, and it means that lower priority projects either have been deferred or need to be removed from the forecast for a time based on the relative priorities of the projects. The second highlight that I'll speak to is that the budget provides for substantial investment in 3 key areas. First, addressing your priorities that have been articulated through this term. Secondly, revitalizing public amenities. And third, improving on infrastructure which is used to deliver our core services. On the following slides, I'll highlight the projects that fall into each of these investment categories. And more details can be found in the staff report on page C4-5. As I've noted, many of your priorities are already included in the capital forecast, so we won't speak to them. But many of the projects that are important to you have been included in the forecast in previous years, and they're being carried forward in 2016. But there are some priorities which have received additional new investment in this coming year. And there are 4 that we highlight here. The first is Grand River Park. The second is a Corporate Climate Change Action Plan. The third is public Wi-Fi. And the fourth is community gardens. In addition, there are 3 existing community amenities that have new investments planned in the capital budget. McLennan Park, the central section of the Iron Horse Trail, and the rehabilitation of the Kiwanis Park Pool. And finally, there are 5 new investments in the city's infrastructure. These investments may not have as much panache as some of the other new projects, but they are very much critical to ensure the continued delivery of core services. And those are summarized, the 5 of them, on the screen in front of you today. The third and final highlight that I'll speak to is the fact that the proposed budget reduces the city's debt levels. Mr. Haggie, as you know, will provide more detail later in the presentation, but from the graph you can see that the city's debt levels are steadily decreasing over the next 10 years. If you read the press, you'll know that across the province, with area municipalities as well, debt levels continue to rise, not go down, and yet the city continues to demonstrate a fiscal discipline that will position us very well for the future. I would suggest that it's critical that we maintain this discipline to see this projection realized as our reserve levels also recover in parallel. This concludes my comments, Mr. Chair. I'd be happy to take any questions, and following that, the Centre in the Square and the library will address council and take your questions.
Thank you very much. I did neglect to mention earlier the format in case anyone doesn't recall previous years. It will be similar to operating budget, where we will go through if there are issue papers that are requested that are not particularly onerous. Staff will follow up with those, and we'll pass a resolution at the end. If it does require a considerable amount of work, it would be subject to a motion of committee. And again, we'll go through the slides in order, and at the end, we always have the ever popular page flip. So I'll begin with questions. Councillor Fernandez.
Thanks. Mr. Chapman, you said that the 10-year forecast is not a firm but committed and best practices. So I noticed that a number of things were pulled out of the 10-year forecast this time. I guess I always, what's the difference between not firm and best practices?
Through the chair, I think they're two separate issues. So it's best practice to have a long-term forecast for capital, so that we have a detailed plan into the future and we can anticipate what works are coming and give some confidence in the community around what the priorities are. So that's the best practice. It's also appropriate that council will only approve one budget year at a time. So you're not going to bind yourself today to a project in year 10 of the forecast. A lot can change between now and then, but you still have a forecast that shows how you're going to balance out your priorities against your funding.
Okay, and that's kind of what I was hoping I was going to hear, because I think that we need to balance out what the situation is in that particular year. I mean, so we're looking at 2016, but we're talking about 10 years out in 2025. Who knows what the landscape and the environment will be at that particular time, right?
That's right, and I think, and you know, with your history now in council, you'd recognize that most of the forecast doesn't change year to year, so a lot of it's very stable. But as you see this year, Kiwanis Park Pool is a good example of that. It's an old asset, but because of changes in legislation, we have to do the work now, and so we've made that a priority to fund in this forecast. Okay.
So on C17, you said it lists that we had 463 total projects. This may be a moot point, but how many of those, what percentage, maybe it would be better, of those projects are ones that are need to do, and what percentage would you come to say that are more wants to do? What are we have our core services, right? What percentage of the projects would be core services and things that we have to do?
So I won't use the need versus want distinction. I think that's really your prerogative. But what I would say is that the vast majority of the budget and the funding is tied to the replacement of core infrastructure. And so as we've noted before, and even in the case of federal gas tax, I think the numbers were 94% federal gas tax goes to engineering projects, 6% to other projects. The same is true of our whole capital program, that most of our focus here is on the replacement of core infrastructure. The minority would be investment in new assets or community amenities. Okay, so just a ballpark, are you saying 85 to 90% would be core services, replacement of infrastructure and such? Well, looking at the total of the 1.2 billion, 1 billion of that is within infrastructure services. So as I say, the vast majority of it relates to the replacement of core infrastructure. Okay. And then one more quick question was, on C23, the service system failover. While reading through the budget, I didn't find... Councillor Fernandez, if you don't mind my pausing, that we will be getting to that later in the slide deck. Okay, well, I just want to raise it that I wanted to know if that was in the budget in previous years. Maybe I just didn't see it in the appropriate capital forecast. New funding has been added for that project, and Mr. Murray will come down during the page flip, and if you have detailed questions, can respond to them then. Okay, that's great. Thanks. Okay. Mayor Rabinovich.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the start of the presentation, Dan. I guess one of my questions, and I've asked it both at the region and I'll ask it here. We know there's going to be some changes to infrastructure funding, and there's likely going to be some additional dollars coming our way in the next few years. What capacity will exist within our budget in order to accommodate those additional dollars? We obviously don't know what the funding model is going to look like. I mean, there's the new minister made some comments last week that he may entertain things that don't require quite a third from municipalities, but we don't know that yet until the budget comes out. So I guess I'm just wondering, what are our abilities going to be to add things in either later this year or later in 2016 or in 2017, 18 once the federal budget becomes known.
Through the chair, I would say our capacity is limited. As you seen in the forecast, a lot of these new investments are being funded by using up what capacity we have in those various funding lines. I know Mr. Haggie's team is involved in some training through the Municipal Finance Officers Association to look at this issue, what the programs may look like, how to prepare for them. So it may be appropriate before you ratify a final budget for us to report back on final budget day to deal with that question specifically and more information on it.
Okay.
But I would say, we have a track record of doing what we can to try and deliver on these programs, but you've highlighted the risk that to fund these projects, we've used up a lot of the capacity that would otherwise exist for that.
Right, and I mean, certainly I think we need to do that. I also just want to make sure that we're positioned to take advantage of our share of any funding that potentially might come our way.
So I'd suggest we'll report back on that in more detail on final budget day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yaneski? No problem. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I'd like to be permitted to ask a stupid question if I could. In view of all the construction work that's going on in our communities, is there any thought being given to postponing some of our projects for the next couple of years? I'm not suggesting that it would affect the capital forecast. We need to look at where we're going and the projects that we have, but is there any possibility of slowing up on some projects just for a couple of years until the LRT project, which has a tremendous impact, until it's completed? Has thundering silence, I guess, that's not been considered?
Through the chair, no, we've not considered that, and I guess my question and response would be for what reason? If it's about concern for construction impacts on residents, Mr. Gross can speak more to that, but I believe at operating address the fact that he's very mindful of where our projects are scheduled to go and how to manage conflicts in construction.
That may be the theory, but I'm not sure that all our residents would agree with that. I thought it was extremely difficult to get around our communities, and I'm not blaming anyone or any staff or anything. That's the progress we're going through. I'm just wondering, is it possible to cut back on some things?
Cut back, and to be clear, so we know who stands the question, and for the record, I don't think it's a stupid question at all. Is the intent of the question purely to alleviate the traffic concerns of residents? Is that your concern?
Yeah, I'm not looking to save any funds at all. I'm just our residents are very frustrated, and we hear our residents and our businesses, and we hear more and more of it every day. And I just wonder if are we at least looking at it? I know that staff does really try to sort out things, but it becomes very frustrating when you every time you turn you're at another construction project and don't know where to go. So again, it doesn't affect where we have to plan, where we have to go, how we have to balance things. It's just Is it something we can do for our citizens?
Okay, so I guess I'll look to you, Mr. Gross. I guess the question really would be, have we looked at delaying projects? Is there a benefit to presumably, Councillor Gazzola indicated not doing the projects, just deferring them and possibly having more projects occurring after the LRT construction? Is there any benefit in terms of traffic related to that? Mr. Gross.
Through the chair, we have considered this, and please excuse me if my explanation is a little bit lengthy. You may want to put a stop on the clock.
It's already been stopped.
We have in fact delayed some projects already. For instance, the Halls Lane project, which was supposed to go last year, we've delayed that for a number of years, and that was, from Water Street right through to Eby Street. We recognize that that's not a good area to do anything in right now. One of our coordinating concerns is also with regional projects, because the region has a number of large projects that probably affect businesses and major thoroughfares a lot more than our projects. Our reconstruction projects are primarily in the residential areas, the older residential areas where the infrastructure does need to be replaced. I would suggest that the projects that we have on our list this year really don't conflict with LRT. I think there may be a notion that, getting out of your neighborhood and then having trouble getting elsewhere within the city, I can understand where those concerns come in, but we've really tried to eliminate conflict between LRT work, regional work, and city work. The one thing that does come up is that the region does change their schedule up until the last minute, and I don't mean to sound negative on that, but they do balance things a little differently than we do. And we work with them right to the last minute, where we have deferred some of our road resurfacing projects, which do conflict with the region. So we don't want to delay the infrastructure replacement. We have tried to coordinate that with LRT in the region. Where we are mindful more is in the road resurfacing, because that can also conflict. I hope that addresses the question or the comment.
Yeah, I think it does, and I think it's sort of an issue that I hope you'll keep in mind as much as possible over the next 2 years.
Thank you. Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, more to the point for a budget meeting, Mr. Chapman, how do we know, for example, on the LRT, that we're not going to run into more delays and more cost overruns, which I believe this is the one at Frederick and Duke, has already resulted in us having to find an additional $1.3 million. The region and the city having to find an additional $2.3 million because of, I believe, cost overruns because the work is being done in the winter. I guess I can ask more questions later on, but how do we know we're not going to run into more of those massive overruns?
Through the chair, I think you've highlighted a risk. Ultimately, that's the subject of ongoing negotiations with the region, and the city continues to look to protect its financial interests through those negotiations, so that if the region is the cause of additional cost, which is not the responsibility of the city, the region should be responsible to fund that.
Thank you. I guess I bring it up because I resented the comment in the paper last week by Mr. Sealing, saying that they're doing us a favor somehow by doing that kind of work. But that's another matter. Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez.
More of a comment than a question. It's ironic that Councillor Gazzola mentions exactly the same thing that a group of students, and Councillor Davey, you may have been there, did one of their presentations on, was about that we need to limit, in their viewpoint, to a dozen projects, major projects in our construction. And I thought it was very interesting that our young people are noticing it. And these students were 15-year-olds, so they don't drive. But if they're noticing it, then certainly our residents and drivers are. So I think to Councillor Gazzola's point, it's not just the residents, it's the youth. Not just the old people, it's the youth people too.
It's definitely an issue. Okay, that concludes questions. We can move on to the boards.
Mr. Chair, Centre in the Square is first. I understand Mr. Gordon will make a few brief comments about the issue papers and the budget submission. KPL staff and the board chair are also here. They will not be making comments, but are here to respond to any questions you might have about their submission.
Okay, so the issue paper is on page C97. Or pardon me, the page flip.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Again. As always, Mr. Chapman and staff have presented the background very well. Capital planning is a 10-year process. The Centre and Square is here today because we have the opportunity to get matching, 40% matching from Canada 150 grants next year. The amount of capital that was in the budget from the city for 2016 would not be sufficient to get the match from Canada 150. Therefore, we have requested that the capital allocation to Centre and Square be increased from approximately $400,000 to $1.3 million next year, which would get us $1 million match from Canada 150 and allow the acceleration of capital maintenance work on the Centre and the Square. Just a quick reminder, during this current year, the Centre and the Square appeared last year and said we had the opportunity to get a one-to-one match from Cultural Spaces, which we have done. The city agreed to that, has granted us the money. We're in the process of actually slightly increasing that request to Cultural Spaces, and that'll be finished next week. This allows the city and the Centre and the Square to substantially accelerate the capital work that you saw just over a year ago that amounted to about $7 million. So that is why we are here. The capital request for 2016 is larger than you saw in the 10-year forecast a year ago. And what it does is allow the city and the Centre and the Square to get $1 million match from Canada 150. If we don't get that, and it takes 26 weeks for the application to go through the process, then the extra amount of approximately $900,000 would not be required. Mr. Chair, we'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I don't have any question, but I just want to, we dealt with this at council last week, and I think council did approve an action that would allow you to go where you're want to go. There was a report prepared to show how we could balance things over a 2 or 3 year period to give you the funding that you require immediately. So, am I not right, or
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, yes. I think I misspoke earlier when I said there was an issue paper. I believe we pulled the issue paper because we dealt with that through a report, and the resolution was sent to Mr. Gordon and Mr. Sonoda as well. So it deals with both Canada 150 and the Cultural Spaces grant to match to the full extent if they're successful in both.
And council approved it? Then,
Council approved it, yeah.
Thank you, John. Sorry, Mr. Gazzola. I did not realize that. I knew the paper was pulled. I have a copy of the draft in front of me. So thank you.
So nothing new, which is always good. There are no further questions. Thank you guys for coming in.
Thank you, everyone.
And we will Move on to the Kitchener Public Library. Again, no presentation. Are there any questions? Councillor Schneider.
Oh, sorry.
No? Okay. No questions or concerns at all about the boards? Sorry, and for reference, the page flip for that was on page C98. Councillor Gazzola.
No, I noticed in the funding, unspent funding, there was some $5 million. Is that going to be spent on the library addition, or actually, this is more of a question for staff.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, could you repeat the question, Councillor Gazzola?
No, on the unspent funding, page C192.
Okay.
There's an amount, this is at September the 30th, an amount of 5.3 million there, and I've wondered is that going to be spent or is that left over? I'm hoping to hear the word that it's left over.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's going to be spent.
Good try, though. Councillor Fernandez.
Yeah, just to that point as well, the Central Library Capital Campaign, is that left, again, is it left over from the capital campaign? And what is it earmarked for?
So that's on 192, the $102,000?
Yeah.
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, I can also confirm that that is being held to fund costs associated with the Central Library, and I believe Council has previously been briefed on the final accounting for that project, and so these are all costs that are yet to be expended.
Okay. Do we have a sense on when we'll be closing out all of this work? Do we have I mean, the library's been up and functioning for a year. I can see where there would be some additional things that need to be taken care of, but do we have an understanding of when all these closeouts will happen?
Mr. Chapman?
Through Mr. Chair, I don't think we can give a definitive date except to say that you are correct, the project is now complete, and so the library is in the process of closing out these balances with the contractor.
Okay. Can we have an understanding of what the increase was overall over last year, like what percentage increase we had for the library?
If memory serves, I believe the library's capital forecast was maintained intact. They just added on the new year 10 in the capital forecast.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, no further questions on the boards. We will move along. Morning, Mr. Haggie.
Morning, Chair Davey. I'll be taking the balance of the presentations. We'll talk about a few topics before we get to the detailed page flip. The first topic we're going to look at is capital funding sources. So this is essentially how do we fund our capital budget. Slide 29 shows the funding from the various sources and compares 2015 with 2016. As Mr. Chapman's already alluded, in 2016 the total budget is about $1.2 million. Compared with $967 million last year. So the increase is about $190 million from year to year. I'll talk about each of the funding sources in a little bit of detail. You'll see the capital pool, so that's funding from the tax-supported budget, is relatively stable from 2015 to 2016, so not a whole lot of change there. The big increase you'll see, or the big change, is in enterprises, going from $500 million to about $680 million. And that change, or that increase, relates primarily to increased investment in water, sanitary, and stormwater infrastructure. So the rate increases that we talked about last week during the operating budget, a portion of that was to increase the accelerated infrastructure replacement program. And so we see the increased cost of that, or the increased funding availability being used in the capital budget here in 2016. Next line down is development charges, going from $161 million to $174 million. And that change is essentially the first year dropping off, a new 10th year coming in. And what's coming in the 10th year, as we'll see on some of the more detailed slides, there's some large engineering type projects that are coming in year 10 of the forecast, so that's caused a bit of an increase. Next line is reserves, $134 million versus $142 million in this year. Reserves, again, are the increased use of those somewhat relates to what we talked about last week during the operating budget. As you'll recall, for water, sanitary, and stormwater, they had capital reserve funds that were being fully deployed to fund the capital program in 2016, 2017. So that's an increased funding source for the capital budget in 2016. Grants and other are small allocations, relatively unchanged. So I won't make any comments specifically about those, but that's essentially the breakdown or the change of funding for 2015 versus 2016. We'll talk about the capital pool, which was the first line on the previous slide. And again, I'll just remind Council of what that is, where it comes from. It funds tax-supported projects, and it's funded out of three sources. The first is capital out of current, so that's the direct levy transfer. So we take some money from the operating budget and transfer it into the capital budget. And we'll see how much that is on a later slide. Each year we also issue debt. So there's debt that we issue for 10 years, it matures, and then we reissue it to fund the capital program. And again, we'll see how that works when we get to the debt section. We'll see that portion specifically on the debt slides. Next two lines are reserves. So we have the gas utility reserve. So essentially the dividend that the gas utility, our natural gas utility, pays to the city. A portion of that goes to fund the capital program. We also get a dividend and interest from the hydro utility, and a portion of that is used to fund the capital program. All of these funding sources are shown in CC in the capital budget. So when we get to the detailed page flip and you see CC, the funding is coming from the capital pool, which is funded by these sources. In his overview, Mr. Chapman talked about how Council sets priorities and we take direction in preparing the capital budget based on Council priorities. One other way that Council affects the capital budget is setting policies and frameworks about how that should work. We have a capital policy, and you can see on the slide what that means. There's limits as to how much the cost of debt can increase each year. There's also limits as to how much the capital pool can increase, and those are tied to inflation and assessment growth. Again, I'd like to remind Council that changes in the capital budget will have an effect somewhere else. We see that if there is an addition in one area, funding needs to come from somewhere, and it could come from reducing funding in another project. It could, there could be an increase in the capital pool, which could impact the tax rate, or we could increase debt. So if there's a desire to add more to the capital forecast, we'd need to look to make some adjustment in some other place. And slide 33 shows the capital pool numbers. So we'll walk through each of the lines and just talk about it at a high level. I'll talk first about the very bottom line, the availability shortfall line. One of the comments that Mr. Chapman made in his overview is that the capital budget is balanced. And you can see that from this slide, that essentially each year there's a budget, so there's expected costs. There's the revenues that are being allocated there, and you can see year to year that it's essentially balanced in each year of the forecast. So again, to drive home the point, the funding that we need to fund our tax-supported capital budget is available. So what we have in the forecast is not exactly a wish list. It's a funding plan that we have that can deliver that program over the 10 years. Again, to an earlier point, just to remind Council that you are approving the 2016 budget, and the future years are a forecast. One of the ways I like to think of it is that 2016 is, when you approve it, is set in stone. The next few years are more written on paper, and the last few years are kind of more written in sand. So as far as how much it can move or change, there is a bit of a progression. As things move closer, they become more and more solidified. Looking at the numbers on the slide, we'll start at the very top, and the first is debenture issue. So one of the ways that we reviewed, we pay for the capital program in the capital pool, is to issue debt. And you can see each year an amount of debt being issued year after year, which essentially means we would plan to have debt for the tax-supported capital program in perpetuity. And we'll see that again when we get to the debt slides. Next line is the capital pool. And in 2016, you can see the amount that's being transferred, out of capital of current, is under $1 million. So less than 1% of our tax rate goes to fund the capital program. That's a very small amount when you compare with other municipalities. One of the main reasons for that are the next two lines, the next two sections that not every other municipality has. We have a dividend from the gas utility, and we have a dividend from the hydro utility. And we take a portion of that and use that to fund our capital program. So if we didn't have those utilities and they were not paying us a return, we'd have to look for funding from some other source. And typically that source would be from the tax base. So our tax base benefits from the fact that we own those utilities, they pay a dividend to us, and they're being reinvested in the capital program. The next section we'll talk about in some detail is development charges. Again, to remind Council about development charges, they're funds that are used to pay for growth-related capital infrastructure. So they cannot be used for operating budget items. They have to be used for capital, and they have to be used for something that's growth-related. There's a principle that growth pays for itself. There have been previous discussions about that, and essentially we find that that's not exactly the case, but that's the overall parameter of the legislation. Development charges are governed by the DC Act, which sets out how DCs can be calculated, and in fact how they must be calculated. It also sets a term limit for DC bylaws, so we have a five-year time span. And before preparing a bylaw and having it passed by council, there has to be a background study prepared, detailed calculations that generate the rate. The city last did that in 2014. And so we'd be looking at 2019 as the next time we consider doing a DC bylaw update. During the 2014 update, we looked at some financial objectives. And the first one that we considered was having a balanced cash flow. Again, having money to do the projects when we need it, not growing a wish list that's well beyond what we can afford, but trying to have the funds available to fund the program in the time we need it. So we're looking to match capital expenses with when the revenues are available. A second financial objective was to maximize the charge so that DCs essentially pay for the highest price that they can within the legislation. Both of these were achieved, as we see on slide 37, that in setting the DC bylaw, Council achieved both those financial objectives to the extent possible. There's also clear priorities because of meeting those financial objectives, as shown in the DC bylaw and background study. So the timing of projects means that higher priority projects are being done early in the forecast and will be funded during this term of the bylaw. Lower priorities are pushed off to later in the bylaw, or sorry, the next bylaw or the last years of the capital forecast, or don't even show up because we couldn't afford to do them. So we haven't simply just loaded everything in that we want to do because we can't afford it. I'd like to draw Council's attention to a few early warning signs within the current bylaw. So 2015 is the first full year that we're under the new DC bylaw, the new DC rates. We are projected to have $12.5 million in the DC bylaw. We're looking that we're actually going to be closer to $10 million this year. So it's just a bit of an early warning sign to Council that our revenue projections for year one of the bylaw have not been met. The forecast is still positive out to 2019, which was the goal of this term of the bylaw, to be at a break-even position by the time we consider the next bylaw. And right now we're forecasting that that is true, but to the extent that we see that revenues continue to be below our expectation, we may need to consider deferring projects. It's something that Council from the previous term would be familiar with, how we looked at some of the projects, which ones were higher priority and needed to be done, which ones were a bit lower priority and were pushed off. We're not planning to have that conversation just yet, but just a warning sign that it may come back, depending on what we see come to fruition later in 2015 and in the early part of 2016. We may need to have that kind of discussion during next year's budget process, but we'll keep you informed whether that's required or not. So C39, the slide shows the DC projection at a high level, so it's total revenues, total expenses, total bottom line. Again, I'd like to direct your attention to the bottom line of the chart. And you can see that there are brackets around those numbers, so those mean they're negative in the early years of the forecast, but once we get out to 2018, 2019, 2020, you see positive values expected, which means by the time we get to the next DC bylaw, we anticipate having a positive balance in the reserve fund so that we're starting the next bylaw at essentially a break-even position, and then it will be up to council to decide where we want to go during the next bylaw. If you follow that line and continue out to the right, in the last 3 years, you can see large negative balances. So there are some very costly pieces of infrastructure that we can see what those are if there's interest in 2023, 24, 25. Large costs that are out in the later years of the capital budget that if they were to come to fruition, if they were to remain there and that we had the revenue stream that we actually anticipate having, we would have a large negative deficit in the DC Reserve Fund. So that's during the next DC study, that's something council will have to turn their mind to about priority of projects, how that's funded, and how we can complete that within the framework of the DC Act and the legislation that's in force.
Actually, Mr. Haggie, if you don't mind, I will pause you there. I've got a few people in the queue.
Sure.
Starting with Councillor Gazzola.
I want to go back to C29, just a couple of quick questions. The gas tax revenue is included in the reserves?
Yes.
Is that a grant? Why do we not show that as a grant?
It's shown as a reserve. We have to account for it separately. We have to have its own private account under the legislation, so we show it as a reserve.
Yeah, but it is basically grant money.
Yes.
I mean, grants have always played a big role, and now we don't even, it looks like we're getting nothing, but we really are. What is the gas tax revenue? It's $7-8 million.
It's between $6 and $7 million. I believe over the 10 years, it's about $67 million.
Yeah.
Mr. Chapman, to add?
Through Mr. Chair, to Councillor Gazzola's point on C94, that line is broken out separately, so you can see the revenue line for the federal gas tax reserve. It totals $63 million over 10 years. C-94.
Yes. Yeah. The other question I have on this is, in other years we've had capital closeouts. Have we any idea? Have we looked at that for this year? And do we have any idea on that?
We have capital closeouts that have gone to the Capital Reserve Fund and then are being used as a funding source in 2016.
Can you tell me what you have? What was the total that was closed out? So where would that be in here? Is that under other?
It would show as a reserve as well, because the closeout went to the capital reserve and is being used as a funding source. I believe the value is between $1 and $2 million. That was closed out and is being reinvested in 2016. But I can confirm that when we get to the reserve section.
And will we look at that again before the end of the year?
Additional closeouts?
Yes.
Yeah, as people are managing their projects, they close them out all the way to the end of the year.
And and a question on the DC charges. We're getting, like 2016 is a bad year. We're looking at close to $10 million in the red if we collect everything that we hope to collect. We've got a $14 million figure there. Now, if we're again short like we are this year, by the end of 2016, we could be well over $10 million short. When do we start slowing up on DC projects?
So through the chair, the reason, or one of the major reasons for the deficit early on was that we were starting the 2014 process in a deficit. And so the plan all along was to go from being poor to being at a break-even position by 2019. We're still on that plan, and when we move off of that plan because revenues end up being worse than expected, that's when we'll report back to council and take direction.
Just one final question. In 2019, if we're still in a deficit position, does that get carried into our new bylaw?
Yes, so the existing balance within the reserve funds helps inform the next bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Yaneski?
Going back to page 29, in regards to DC, and it's a comment that you made when you were speaking on this particular page, talking about, in the long run, the number of projects that will be coming forward that are DC-oriented. Would they have an impact on the 2016 forecast of 174? Val?
They would. This is, it's not just the 2016 year that's shown, it's the 10 years of the 2016 capital budget and forecast.
This only shows the 2016, the 174.
That's all years in the capital forecast for the 2016 budget.
Okay,
so
that's what I was trying to understand.
We're spending $1.2 million over 10 years, from 2016 to 2025.
Okay, I got you. So, all right, so that answers that question, because I had another one leading to it, but that takes care of that. Page 33. The first line, the debenture issue that we always issue debt to raise money. What interest rates do we charge for that, or how does that work? And where would the cost be shown as to how much our expenditures are on that?
So through the chair, the rates are what we are charged. So we're issuing the debt. It's whatever the market says they are. They've been historically low. I forget exactly what the amount was this year, but I'm sure it started with a 1 in year 1. So our average interest rate today versus what it has been in the past is considerably better. The cost for that debt is carried in the operating budget. So we have debt charges that are paid. They show up on the operating budget, not the capital budget.
All right, that's what I was wondering why I couldn't find it, since it's in the operating. Okay. Also on that same page, the gas utility and hydro investment reserve funds, for 2016, you got $4.5 million and then $5 million. Those are given figures that you're established will be coming from those funds for next year.
That's correct. We actually get more than that. The dividend from the gas utility is about $13 million. About $4 or $5 million of that is planned to go into the capital budget. The remainder funds the operating budget.
Okay, I understand that. So for subsequent years, in 2017 to 2025, those figures that you're showing there in those two lines are guesstimates, or how would you classify those numbers?
So they're good, solid numbers. We have a multi-year forecast for that reserve fund, and we're staying... transferring that amount never makes that reserve go into a deficit, which is something we would want to avoid. You see that the numbers kind of, some are low, some are high. The reason for that is that those reserves fund the non-growth portion of DC projects. And so when those facilities, we have like recreation facilities that are coming on. DCs pay for a lot of that, but they don't pay for all of it. We need to fund that, the part that the DCs don't pay for from the tax capital pool. And so the year that we're building a new facility, we kind of have a bit of a spike in how much money we need from the capital pool. And so the gas and hydro utility reserve funds help pay for the non-growth share of a large recreational facility addition or creation of a new facility.
So using the example of the gas utility for 2017, the $5.9 million, come next year when we're doing the budget, it would be 5.9, or it would be adjusted to suit the need at the time when you do the next year's budget?
We would expect that it will likely be very close to that 5.9 million. It depends if council identifies other priorities that need to be funded. That number may change a little bit.
Okay. Page 38. On that, you mentioned the $12.5 million in the budget for DC revenue, and we're going to be low on that at $10 million. Would that be due to developers upfronting some of their particular projects, that they have lands that they want to develop, and that would reduce the amount of dollars coming in for DC because they would be deferred because they would upfront their project? Or does that have an impact on the calculations?
That could be a portion of it. I would expect it's more the mix of the actual building permit types that we're issuing that would draw development charges. I would expect that that's lower. So people may be, we might be issuing building permits and building and getting revenue there, but to the extent that it's in the downtown core, which is exempt, we would not be getting DC revenue from that.
We would not be what?
We would not be getting DC revenue.
Right.
So I expect it's probably more that type of thing than, the front-ending agreements.
Okay.
Councillor Dusky, your time's expired.
All right.
Back in.
Come back to me.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Councillor Neski kind of started touching on a question I had as well. And before I ask it, just want to reiterate that I have always been prudent for financial and budget planning on council, and that's how I live my private life as well. But that's also about being strategic also. So when you speak about our debenture rates being historically the lowest that we've seen for a long time, does that not merit for us to look at a strategic plan and perhaps looking at taking care of our capital deficiencies that we have within our infrastructure and utilizing low rates now, as opposed to, of course, these are compounding problems that we may have to take on incurred debt down the road to fix, but that debt may be much higher than, the cost may be much higher than what it would be now. So we're taking that money at a discount. Is that something we consider? I know it's contrary to the council policy that we look at, but do we still look at it through that lens?
Through the chair, we haven't had any detailed discussion about that. It's something that we could consider. You'll see that the plan for debt is to decrease. All the discussion that we've had in recent years is that we need to continue following that course. It is an option. Personally, I was glad that my mortgage came up in the last year because I'm getting a very good rate on my renewal. It's something that could be considered. We currently have no direction from council to really look at that, so it's not something we're doing.
Well, I don't think it's, I think we're going to have low rates for a few more number of years, so perhaps that's something for a larger discussion that we need to start looking at and may give direction for us to review this at a later point.
Mr. Chapman, to add?
Through the chair, it is on the radar. As I mentioned, it operating. Mr. Haggie's team is developing a long-term financial plan in 2016.
Good.
We've already taken direction to look at what moving to pay-as-you-go would look like, and so the corollary to that is maintaining or increasing debt loads. So I think naturally that'll be part of the debt policy review that we take a look at next year.
Excellent. So that you guys are already on it. I'm glad. So take my comments into consideration as well. On page C33, now for the hydro investment, there's a considerable increase from, I'm glad to see it, 2016 to 2017. Are we certain on that, or what's the attributing factor for that jump?
Through the chair, I'd have to look to see what specific project or projects it is. It's the need to fund capital projects in 2017.
Oh, I see.
I know, again, if you go out to 2023, you can see there are two large numbers. So the gas utility and the hydro utility combined are almost $17 million.
Right.
A large portion of that is Rockway. So that's where we've budgeted for Rockway to be done.
Through there?
Half of it's funded by DCs, the other half is not. And if we do that project at the estimated cost in 2023, we would need a substantial increase in capital pool funding. So I'm aware of specifically what it is in 2023.
Okay.
I'm not with 2017.
Okay, that's fine. For C34, for the DC Act, when was it last amended? Obviously, we are in the controls of how the province mandates that act. When was that act last amended?
I believe it was 1997. It's currently being reviewed right now. So the DC Act has been open. There's limited discussion, so it's not a full review of everything, but they're looking at some targeted.
And I know
areas.
AMO does advocate on behalf of the interior municipalities, and I'm sure that this would be a topic foremost as well. Do we take that advantage as well of sending our comments as to see the difficulties we see as a municipality and one of the larger municipalities in Ontario, and what those changes should be incorporated into any amendments that are made?
So the city itself, I know I've provided comments through consultations that the province has done. We haven't, to my knowledge, sent in like a formal letter from the city. But Hemson, who is the consultant we've used for those discussions, or for our DC bylaw, they're actually on the working groups and helping prepare recommendations. So there's Watson and Associates, which does, between the two of them, they do 95% of the DC studies. They're key stakeholders in those discussions.
Yeah.
Good questions, but we are steering outside of the specific 2016 budget.
No problem. C38. So just the projected to budget. Now earlier, part of operations, the building department gave a much more rosier outlook on their enterprise. And in my mind, I'm guessing we're having a lot more development happening at a faster pace than we expected. So those two things don't correlate in my mind well. Shouldn't we be getting more DCs coming in revenue if we have more growth happening through the building department? I mean, more applications coming through?
So as I mentioned to Councillor Yaneski, it could be where the development's happening. So to the extent it happens in the downtown core, we don't get DC funds. So we would see revenues on the building side. We would not see DC revenues from any of that work.
And kind of similar to his question, much of that, and I think we had asked that, he said it's accelerated growth that we're seeing in the short term, but in the southwest side as well. But could it be because those developers already front-ended those and we've already received those revenues?
So, like I said to Councillor Yaneski, I don't believe that that's the reason that we're seeing a decrease in the revenues. And
okay. Councillor Singh, your time's expired. If you want to queue back in.
Yeah.
Councillor Fernandez.
Thanks. I don't really want to go back on 24 to 24 on the debt, but Councillor Singh raised a concern. Our debt load is reducing, but that's as long as we don't take on any further debt, correct?
Any new unplanned debt, so there is the planned debt from the capital pool, but to the extent the council moves away from that, those bars would increase.
Would jump up. And just a reminder, we have roughly over $100,000 in debt right now. Sorry, more than that. I'm sorry, that's the wrong number.
It looks like about $90 million
$90 million
at the end of 2015.
Thanks. Thank you. Okay. Page 29, just a quick observation from the previous last year's budget. The number for capital pool was at 162,205, and here I see 176. Why the difference?
I believe it's because there would have been changes that happened from when the capital budget was proposed to final budget day. I don't recall exactly what it would have been, but I think it might have been the rational. I don't want to say exactly what it is, but because I don't know and I don't want to guess.
Okay.
But there would have been some minor tweaks made by council as part of final budget day that had an impact on that number.
It's about a $30,000 difference, and I see Mr. Chapman taking a look, so I'm just thinking.
Mr. Chapman? Through the chair, Mr. Haggie is correct. That would have been for adjustments based on your final budget day direction. I can confirm that this number does tie to the final approved capital forecast in the budget book.
Okay.
So something we did.
Something we did. Okay. Page 33. When it talks about department requests, and I think that this is what Councillor Singh was talking about too, is the dramatic increase. But why don't we break out the department requests? I mean, not individual departments, of course, but certainly why not break out an understanding what the percentage is that's going to engineering, planning, and I mean, we see those committees all the time. Why don't we break out some of those requests so that we have an understanding what percentages of that amount are going to portions in the city?
So through the chair, that's something we could do fairly easily. I would say we've gone beyond that in providing the entire capital budget project by project. So instead of just being able to see how much is going for engineering, you get every single engineering project. If council believes it would be helpful to organize by department or what have you, that's something we could do. Just to create a pie chart wouldn't be very difficult, but.
Yeah, I think a pie chart would probably be sufficient in terms of just having a general sense of where that $12 million is going. I think that might be helpful.
So we could provide that through email for this budget cycle, and then potentially just add that as a slide in the for 2017's budget process.
That'd be appreciated. Thank you. Page 36. So we talk about matching capital expenditures to anticipated timing of DC revenues. How does that tie in with master plans? So because we've seen, in my term of council, we've seen quite a number of master plans coming forward. So how does a master plan tie into our anticipated timing of DC revenues? Or does that kind of throw a wrench into the whole system that we're working on and the way we're trying to focus our funding?
So to the extent that a master plan identifies priorities and says things like short-term, medium-term, long-term, that's helpful when we get to the development charge process. So on the recreational side of things, the leisure facilities master plan was used to inform priorities in the DC study. And essentially we said, here's what we're projecting to bring in, and if we bring in that much money, we could do this community center, but we can't start the next one yet. So we pushed off, the next community center to a following year. So to the extent that master plans identify priorities in more vague terms, I would say that's helpful. If they say, we're going to be doing this project in 2018, that is probably not helpful because it may not be informed by, cash flows, DC or, otherwise. So to the extent it's more vague of short, medium, and long term, that's helpful.
Yeah, and I can see that. That gives us a vision and a goal. But does it not set sometimes expectations that we will be able to attain, or we will be able to complete that master plan, or that those sort of goals? When in this case we're already seeing early warning signs that we're going to be short on our DCs.
So it could cause problems. I guess it would be more of a question for how is it communicated during the master planning process. I think if the expectation is that these are a higher priority, so to the extent we have funding, these ones will be done first, that's helpful. But to lock in a year or give people a sense that this will be done, in 2 years, that is not helpful because it could cause problems depending on funding.
Okay, I think my time is
Your
up.
Time has expired, yes. Councillor Gallery-Seelock?
Yeah, I just have one question with regards to the development charge projections, obviously on page C39. I'm just wondering when those projections were last updated. Was it something that was done fairly recently, or?
They would have been, I believe, as the end of October, so some time has passed. We haven't done a full-scale update of that anytime recently.
And would the projections have come from what was anticipated for the remainder of the year?
Yeah, so we would take the hard data we have up to now. We talk to building, so one of my staff talks to Martina Schneider in building, gets an idea as to what she sees coming in, what they know about, what they hear about, and it's kind of in conjunction with what we hear from the Waterloo Region home builders primarily.
And so as we look at now, according to C38, if I'm reading it correctly, we are, well, the number is significant. We're looking at about $2.5 million that we were expecting that we didn't get. Is that correct? If I read
in 2015, correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I just happen to know of something that just gave a project that just came in that was $1 million in DC. So I don't know if that is partly part of the projection or not. So just maybe a little bit of good news in the 2.5 million that we're missing. So.
Excellent. Thank you.
Councillor Schneider?
Thank you, Chair Davey. I'm wondering if it's possible before Budget Day if we might get maybe some sort of a reading with regards to page C38 with the DC revenue projections falling. If we made some minor deferrals now instead of waiting till 2017 where we would have to make some more significant deferrals.
I would say we can update the projection for revenues coming in. Again, it's council's prerogative whether you want to defer things. Our staff suggestion is to not worry about it yet. We anticipate that we'll be fine by 2019. Deferring, there would have to be agreement on what the specific project is, and that would, to make a full impact, it would have to be deferred out past 2019. because that's really the time frame we're looking at. So to the extent that that's of interest to council and there can be agreement on what the specific project is, we would take direction on that, but it's not something we're considering right now. The last time we did that during the last DC process, it was a comprehensive review of all the projects all together, looking at what the need for the project is. Is it legislated? Is it repairing something? Or, so I would say it's probably better to do it in a more wholesome context than, picking one specific project outside of that process.
Okay, I just want to, be sure that when 2017 comes that we don't get a really big negative surprise. I'd rather be in a position where we're able to do more.
Right.
So, thank you.
Okay, my questions have been asked, so we'll get into the second round, and I have 4 people in the queue. Councillor Yaneski.
On page 38, you noted that our projected revenue for this year is down by $2.5 million than was budgeted. Yet, when I look at page 40, in the middle bullet, it talks about surplus projected for 2015. Aren't those contradictory comments?
So through the chair, this slide 40 refers only to the engineering projects. So we what we're talking about is DCs as a whole. What we've talked about so far is DCs as a whole. These next few slides get into just the engineering side of projects. So you'll see that the engineering side of things is planned to be in a surplus in 2015. The non-engineering side is not planned to be in a reserve.
So you're talking the soft services.
Right, and when you add those two together, then you get the negative result.
Okay, I see where you're coming from. Okay, it just wasn't clear there.
Sure.
I was wondering. It didn't make sense. So going back to page 39, top line. So we've got a deficit projected of $2.5 million for 2015. And then like at 2016, we're back up to $14.4 million. Aren't we being too little optimistic? If we're knowing that it's low for this year, wouldn't it be too optimistic for next year?
That's potentially the case, and if that comes to fruition, that's where we'll address it with council. But for now, when we were setting the forecast, we used kind of some conservative estimates. We believe the growth will happen. It just hasn't come to fruition in 2015, so we believe that it's more likely it would happen in 2016. Okay.
And my same comment would continue to 2017, 18 as guesstimates, I guess, basically.
Mr. Chapman to add?
Through the chair, I think the other thing to be mindful of, and Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong, is that in the 2015 projection, I believe the front-end credits and refunds have been net against the developer contribution line. But if you look at the other years of the forecast, they're not. So if you look at 2016, the developer contribution revenue is a gross number, and then down 4 lines you see the credit refunds to be applied, which would reduce it. So I believe you have to net those 2 items out to compare them against the 2015 number.
So just to clarify, the 2015 budget, the $1,043,000, those are credits from front-end financing?
Right. So I believe in our projections we show both as a gross number, but in the actuals, all we record is the true amount of DC revenue that we're receiving in the year.
All right.
So if you were to look at 2016, the net number in 2016 would be $12.8 million when you net the credits against the developer contributions.
I'm sorry, say it again, $12.8 million. Where's that figure?
That would be the net number if you net the credits and refunds against the developer contributions. So that's the number that you would compare to the 2015 projected revenue of $9.9 million.
Okay. So then, maybe the question's been answered by Mr. Hagee, and I'm not too sure. When I look then at the bottom line, balance of the year, projected $3.6 million in the hole, that we're talking overall development charges as opposed to the next page where it was the surplus for the engineering. Is that correct?
Yeah, so if we take that engineering bottom line that you're looking at, and then a few slides later there's a non-engineering bottom line, if you take those 2 and add them together, you would get this 3.6.
All right, thank you, perfect. Yep, that's it.
Okay, thank you to those who've cleared out of the queue. I just have Councillor Gazzola left.
I just wanted to point out one thing and make a quick comment, if I could. To Councillor Fernandez, on C93, if you want to see how things are spent by department, it's all there. But it also includes all our other capital projects. I would like to make a comment to reinforce what staff are saying. I think it would be premature at this point to start to shuffle the DC charges around. I think if we see next year where the position worsens, at that point we might take a look at what we reshuffle. But at this time, I think it's premature to do any shuffling.
And just to reiterate, the last time we considered that during the last bylaw was in 2012. We redid the bylaw in 2014, so it was more kind of a midpoint of council's term as opposed to, year 1 or 2 of the bylaw. So,
very good. No further questions. On to engineering.
So, the next few slides deal with development charges in the context of engineering, and so sometimes called hard services. And essentially, the projects that you'll see on here are ones that would, in time, end up on the Accelerated Infrastructure Replacement Program for replacement largely. So it's things like roads, water, sanitary, and storm sewer. As has been noted, there's a surplus in 2015 for that subset of DCs, but then it returns to a deficit position for the remainder of the year. Slide 41 and 42 show all of the capital projects that are funded by DCs on the engineering side of things. You can see in 2016, it's the fourth column from the left, and it's probably easier to see on your screen or in your books than it is on the big screen. You can see that the big projects in 2016 are continuations of things that have been underway in 2015. So there's South Strasburg Creek is about $2.4 million, about halfway down the slide. Project underneath it, Old Mill Pumping Station for $1.7 million, Freeport Pumping Station for $2.6 million, and Strasburg Road Trunk for $3.1 million. All of those are clustered kind of in the middle of the slide in the 2016 budget year. Looking to the next slide on 42, it continues on. Again, same format. Fourth column over is 2016 budgeted projects. There's nothing substantial planned in 2016 on this slide. It's more on slide 41 where you see the big projects that are planned within engineering. Looking to the non-engineering side of things, or soft services as they're sometimes called. Again, you can see the list on slide 43 of what all of those areas are, but it's essentially anything we can issue DCs on that are not related to roads, sanitary, water, or storm. There are deficits projected in the near term for these services, but then returning to a surplus position for the remainder of the forecast. Again, slide 44, 45 show all of the projects that are planned. It's the same format, so fourth column over is what's planned for 2016. There are no significant projects planned, no single significant projects planned on the non-engineering side in 2016. If you are on slide 45, you can see the significant projects start out in 2017 and later, and those are largely the recreational facilities. So you can see Doom Pioneer Park, community center expansion in 2017. I believe it's $3.2 million, kind of at the top third of the slide, and then as you go to the right, you can see the other expansions for community centers. I was going to pause there. The next issue is debt, so if there are any questions about specific projects within the DC forecast, we could take those now.
There are a few. Councillor Fernandez?
C41, I wrote in my notes what master plans are we budgeting for. Sometimes I write questions and I don't really know what I'm referring to when it's a week later. Is there master plans in here that are reflected within the engineering component?
Mr. Chapman.
There is no immediate answer. I was going to say perhaps during the page flip, when we come to that page in engineering, we can respond to that question with detail.
Okay, that's good. Okay. Page 42, maybe I just don't understand what it means when it says city share of subdivisions under roads and related. Can I have a little further explanation on that?
So the question is, what don't the developers pay for? Mr. Gross.
I'm just looking up the plan for a moment. This is work that is intended to complete work that connects subdivision areas to existing infrastructure where things might have been left out. And one example of that is, for instance, Old Huron Road, where the road needs to be improved between Battler and Maxwell. And that's one good example that's worth in the order of $1.5 million. There's a water main loop, Ottawa Street, Elmsdale to Howland Drive. There's storm sewer extensions for sump connections. There's a Woolner Trail surfacing of asphalt, Sims Estate Place. These are all projects that are outside of existing subdivisions, but where infrastructure improvements are needed to connect them to the existing community.
Great.
So we have developed a plan for that expenditure.
Okay, that's a great explanation. Thank you. That helps a lot. Just related to new roads and such, I continue to be concerned that we're, and I remember a number of conversations with Mr. Whitmer over the years before he retired about adding new roads and adding additional infrastructure costs, and especially as we're hearing the state of our infrastructure right now, how do we, and I'm not saying slow down new road construction or putting in new roads, how do we manage that with the amount of money that we need to use to get our infrastructure up to snuff? I guess would be a wish, would be a dream, but how do we balance that out?
I can foresee that question or that answer potentially being extremely long, but Mr. Gross, good luck.
Through the chair, I think I can shorten up the answer. Really, it comes down to the planning approvals and the planning process. When subdivisions are approved and developed, that creates new infrastructure. And as though that new infrastructure is created and the city takes it over, it adds.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but where our hands are kind of tied in a way, because if we don't approve subdivisions, then we're back to the old hanging the OMB in front of us, right? That's kind of our, it's a devil, damned if you do, damned if you don't. If we don't approve the subdivisions, then we have developers taking us to the OMB. If we add new subdivisions and new roads, then we add additional operational costs and capital costs in the
Mr. Wilmer?
In the long run.
I think another big factor there is that's why we have a growth management plan, a growth management strategy. Growth management is a way to coordinate planning approvals with engineering, infrastructure, and availability of funding, so that it really brings all of this together. The challenge is that through the growth management process, nobody wants to be the lowest priority, and so that it ends up being a political challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're bang on, Mr. Wilmer. I think that's one of the reasons why when we see the growth management plan, it's very important for us to remember the implications of bumping something from C to B or B to A. It just, in the end, it's the taxpayer that pays. Okay, thank you for that.
Councillor Singh?
Thank you. Just quick questions. So the engineering for development charges, it shows that government or general government studies can be costed out of this as well. Can that include like overall master plans that are overarching, would have effect to the entire city?
To the extent that it's related to growth, we could potentially fund it from development charges.
Okay. Quick answer, wouldn't all, as I said, overarching master plans have effect on growth as well?
They could. It's difficult to, for those types of things, it's more and more difficult to tie it to, what percentage would be growth funded. I would expect it's probably relatively small.
Okay.
It's something that could be considered, but it's a little easier in other cases where you're doing a master plan for a infrastructure system and you can demonstrate how that infrastructure system is related to growth. But for something a little more amorphous, it's kind of hard.
Trails master plan?
Potentially.
Cycling master plan? It's all right. We can argue that more offline. On page C45, I see McLennan Park is a component also. Now, there's some issues that have happened with McLennan Park that has made it difficult to utilize the park to its full potential. Can more be funded out of this for the completion of those works that are still kind of left outstanding?
Just, can you be more specific, Councillor Singh? There is later in the budget, it does refer to the field. Is that what you're referring to?
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Can it come as, instead of capital occurring from a tax base, can more of that funding come out of the DC side? That was my question.
DC side? Yeah. So non-engineer, or the recreational money on DCs is fully allocated to the extent that McLennan Park would get more, something else would get less.
Okay.
So it's a zero-sum game. It's just what priority does council have?
I was just trying to soften that cost, that's all. So, all right, thank you.
Councillor Yaneski?
On page 44, back to the top line of developer contribution in terms of looking in the future over the next 10-year period, I see that, I guess in my opinion, rather aggressive, optimistic developer contributions, both for hard and services, as I was referring to earlier on a couple of pages earlier. Would those estimates that you have there be from development of subdivision lands that have been on the books, that are in our growth master plan, subdivision of new areas that are anticipated over the next 5, 6, 7, 8 years that will eventually come on board? Is that more that calculated?
It would. So it takes into account the province's places to grow growth targets. The entire growth plan was reviewed and developed actually by our consultants, Hempson, with the planning department. So trust me, I did not touch that because that's not my area of expertise. But Mr. Pinard and his staff were involved in the detail allocations. They talked with their industry people, with the building department, and sat down and hammered out a growth projection based on all the information that we have. And so, this is essentially just how the dollars play out if we have that growth at the rates that council set as part of the DC bylaw. This is how the math works out.
Okay, and I appreciate, I understand where the challenge is. You left it to staff to come up with those calculations, and that's most appropriate. Because I also got to thinking that as part of that calculation, the intensification that we're required to meet 40% or 45% of growth within the inner city, some of those plans are only 2-3 years ahead that we would know about, not 10 years like plans of subdivision and that are part of official plans. So that may be a combination of both. You don't need to answer that, but that's what I gathered now that we've been coming from. The other question I have pertains page 44, and right at the bottom at the proposed 2015, the center block parking garage, $2 million. What's the story about that?
I'd ask Mr. Chapman. I don't have a whole lot of background on that, but I'd ask Mr. Chapman.
It comes later in the budget, but Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, that's the closeout of the development charge funds that were allocated to the city centre development. As you know, you elected not to exercise your option to buy parking on Centre Block, and so this is the return of the funds that were set aside from the DC for that.
Okay, thank you.
And there are no further questions. On to debt. Mr. Haggie.
So next is debt. So starting on page 46, or slide 46. We'll look at debt trends over the next number of slides in graphical form primarily. What I'm going to be talking about should not be new to Council. It's the same trends that we've looked at in the past. The numbers are relatively same. Things have not changed dramatically from last year. The first slide is total debt outstanding. And earlier in the presentation, Mr. Chapman showed you a slide that showed the debt trend. His was a snippet of this slide that we have up on screen. So his showed 2015 out to 2025, so essentially a 10-year window going forward. This one shows a bit more information. It shows forward and back, so a longer span of time, so you can see how debt rose and is planned to go down. It also breaks down the debt into its component parts, whereas the earlier slide just lumped all debt together regardless of type. So just to remind Council about the different types of debt we have, at the very bottom of the slide, or the bottom bars that are yellow, that's tax-supported debt. So that's the debt we've already talked about the tax, as part of the capital pool that's issued year after year. That debt is planned to be continuous. So essentially, as debt matures, we reissue it. And so we would expect to see those yellow bars in the current system to continue on kind of in perpetuity. The red bars are next, and that relates to enterprise debt. So the city has enterprises, or we've issued debt, for instance, for the Rangers, and that's fully recoverable. So we show all of that debt in those red bars. So that's not funded by taxes at all. It's funded by the various enterprises that have issued that debt. So things like parking garages, the golf course expansion, and as I mentioned, the Kitchener Rangers expansion at the Odd. None of that would hit the tax base. It's fully recovered by either a third party or the rates for those enterprises. The final bars at the top are related to EDIF debt. All of that debt has been issued and is now just maturing. And we talked about that in some detail last week during the operating budget. You'll remember the 10-year projection for the tax rate. There was a minus 0.75 and some lines going out to the right. That's as a result of the EDIF debt being issued, fully issued, and being paid off. So over time, we would expect that the yellow bars for tax-supported debt would continue, but we would expect that the red bars and the green bars would go away over time. That debt was issued for a specific purpose, for a specific project. As that debt is paid off, it would not be reissued, and essentially, at some point in the future, 2026 or beyond, that the only bars we would see on a go-forward basis would be the yellow bars under the current system. Looking to debt charges as a percent of the tax levy, we see that there's a target range for this of 5 to 10%. That's the range you see, the dotted lines that go horizontally across this chart. And you can see that recently the city has been and is planned to continue to be above the maximum threshold of 10%, and that's set by credit rating agencies. So we have slightly more debt than they would want, more than 10%. You can see by 2020 and 2021 we approached that threshold and actually passed to be within that target range. And then in 2022 you see a bit of a blip where the debt charges go up substantially. Just to remind Council, when we issued the debt for the Kitchener Rangers, it had a 15-year lifespan, but we only issued it for 10 years. So come 2022, that's when the debt matures, and either the Rangers need to provide a balloon payment, so pay off the remaining balance, or it would be reissued and it would show as it would continue on for a period of time, for probably 5 years, and continue to show as enterprise debt. So it would either be completely paid off in 2022 or be reissued and continue to show as, kind of the red bars going to the right for another period of time. Finally, in this style of graph is debt per household. And you can see the target range as set by the province for a moderate debt load per household is between $400 and $1,000 per household, the dotted lines you see on the graph. A good news story this year is that this is the first year in the last number of years that the city is within the moderate threshold as defined by the province in debt per household. So you can see 2016 that the total debt bar is within that $400 to $1,000 span. This has come to rise because of council's disciplined approach to issuing debt, that there hasn't been substantial debt issued outside of what was already planned, and we see that going down, and then further out in the forecast you can see it actually is planned to go below the moderate range into the low range by the end of the forecast. The final graph we'll look at in this section is our debt to reserve ratio. The target for this is 1 to 1, and again, it essentially means it compares how much money does the city have in debt versus how much money does the city have in reserve. And the target is a 1 to 1, that we'd want to have as much money in reserve, which is kind of like our bank, long-term savings account, versus debt, which is kind of like a mortgage. The long-range number that we'd be looking to get to is 1 to 1. On the graph, as you see, the line is above that dotted line, so the ratio showing above that, that means the city has more debt than it has in reserve. As the line gets below the dotted target, that means that the city will have more money in reserve than it has in debt. So while we're above the target line, we see that by 2020, the expectation is we would be below the target, which means that we would have more money in savings, essentially, than we have in debt. So just to summarize a few points about debt, our debt load was at its peak in 2013, but as we've just seen and as we've seen in previous budget discussions, the debt load is declining to become within its targets, and we've reached a substantial one this year being within the moderate range of debt per household. The city's debt to reserve ratio is worse than we would want, that target ratio of 1 to 1, but again, there's a plan to get it to and actually be better than the target ratio of 1 to 1. The implication of all this is that there should be no new unplanned debt as part of the 10-year capital budget, aside from what we're planning to issue for the capital pool. I'll pause there as the next section we get to are reserve funds.
Very good. There are some questions. Councillor Fernandez.
So just going back to page 48 and 49, I guess it is, maybe more 49. Our rate of our credit rating is our credit rating low because of our debt level?
So the city itself does not have a credit rating. The region does. They're the ones that issue debt on our behalf. Okay. So we essentially piggyback on whatever the region's credit rating is. To the extent that we have low debt, that means that it's beneficial for the region as a whole. And so to the extent people have lower debt, the better chances that the region has a better credit rating.
And the region's credit rating is AAA, I believe. It's top.
Yeah, is it triple or? Yeah, AAA stable.
AAA and stable. So looking at this graph, I mean, it may be quite distressing for the average resident to say, wow, we're sitting at, in 2016, we're sitting at 12% debt as part of our tax levy. I think it's a hard graph to really understand for the average person. And that, my understanding would be that's the reason you do the debt per household.
We do both of them to show, just what the trend is and what it means. Because slide 48, total debt outstanding, without any context, doesn't mean a whole lot. It's a big number, and it's hard for people to understand. If you said you have $100 million worth of debt, people would think that's very large. But then to understand that the city's revenues are, over $300 million, to put it in a bit of context is helpful. So that's what slide 49 and 50 are meant to do, is to provide some context. So there are independently developed measures. The first one is from credit rating agencies that say, here's the target range of where a municipality should be. This shows that for a period of time we're expected to be kind of above that, so we're a little more risky, if you want to think of that, or we have a bit more debt than credit rating agencies would want us to see. As far as the province is concerned, they look at debt per household, And again, we have been above that, but we're currently we are within the moderate range. So it's just to provide a bit of flavor, a bit of context as to what that means for citizens.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's important because you just mentioned the 300 million plus in revenue that's generated actually by our gas utility and by our hydro, our shares in hydro, right?
So that was just the total city spending is over $300 million. Part of the revenue we receive is from the gas utility and the hydro utility.
Yeah. So how many municipalities, I can't say how many, but can we have an understanding maybe of the number of percentage of municipalities that would be in the same situation as we are with our own gas utility? I think it's only Kingston. Is that correct?
My understanding is Kingston, the only one that still has some ownership, but that their ownership structure is different than us, that we're wholly owned and operated. I believe they have kind of a third-party contractor, is my understanding.
And well, we're going to be talking about reserves, but just maybe you can think about this question while you're going through it, is we have a maximum and a minimum reserves. Is that generic through every municipality? Are we more ambitious with our reserves than maybe some other municipalities are? And conversely, are we less ambitious are we less prone to debt than other municipalities? Because do you understand where I'm going with this?
I think so. I would say there's I'm not aware of any comprehensive, kind of provincially approved debt policy or reserve policy. I would say we are further ahead than many other municipalities in that we have a comprehensive reserve fund policy that identifies what reserve funds we have, what the targets are, and those targets are based as much as they can be on, kind of independent third-party verification targets that the other parties would set, as opposed to just specifically what the city would want or what we would think. And same with the debt side. Again, there's no provincially mandated debt policy. The fact that we look at it every year, we talk about it every year, we have a plan for it to reduce, I would say is beneficial. There are lots of other municipalities that don't have their hydro utility anymore because they've sold it off, so they have low debt, but they aren't getting that revenue stream because they sold off their hydro utility. So to compare one to the other is pretty difficult because it's a whole lot of moving variables that we'd have to take into account to kind of compare that whole apple to apple thing. Because my understanding is that Cambridge doesn't own their hydro utility anymore, but they've had low debt for a number of years because they haven't had to issue it. But they're looking at issuing debt in the near future because they don't have a revenue stream to pay for things anymore.
Okay.
Mr. Chapman, Dad?
Ryan, if you can go to the next slide. What I would say is this, though, that when we've looked at other municipalities, the average debt to reserve position is 1-to-1. So we are less conservative than the average comparator municipality. When we were at a 3-to-1 debt ratio, we were among the worst in the province on that ratio, and you can see that we've made great inroads on that to cut that in half, and are projected to be back to a 1-to-1 ratio by 2020.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Just before Chair's prerogative, jump in the queue since this slide is up. So the jump we see from 2015 to 2016, looking at the numbers here, my vantage is that's more a function of usage of our reserves than our debt increasing. Is that the correct assumption?
Yeah, so debt levels are decreasing or, stable and decreasing, but reserve levels we'll see are declining.
Okay, very good. Councillor Galway-Seelock.
Just on that, when we're looking at that slide, is it a lot because, is it high as it is in some of the previous years because of the debt that we took on for EDIF? Would this chart have looked much different if we hadn't moved forward with the EDIF project?
It would look, that whole line would be a whole lot lower, but again, it's council's interpretation of how they feel about the investments in EDIF and whether they benefit.
Right. I'm not suggesting that the program wasn't successful. I'm not debating that. I'm just suggesting that the line would have looked a whole lot different if we hadn't taken on the debt for EDIF.
Right. So from this slide on 48, you can see currently more than half of our debt relates to EDIF.
Right. So the debt to reserve ratio could have looked a whole lot different if that hadn't moved forward.
Correct.
Not debating the merits of the program whatsoever. I just think it's important to understand that that's partially. It's a significant reason why we are where we are with our debt to reserve ratio and with our debt overall. I'm not debating the merits of it whatsoever. And then I just have one comment that I need to make because I misspoke earlier with regards to the DC. I thought I've neglected to take out the regions portion of the DC project that I was talking about. It is actually 1.1 million that's coming in the DCs, but we will only see closer to 400,000 of it.
Okay.
But so the region's getting a significant portion.
They do like to get paid for their portion of costs.
So
as
I
well.
just wanted to put that on out there because I misspoke earlier.
Sure.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, on the same page, and to kind of receive this in context, I appreciate and that we're heading in the right direction. But still, this is in relation to our reserve ratio, for debt to reserve ratios. But when we take a look at our assets, which may not be as liquid as our funds and our reserves, but like our debt to our Kitchener-Wilmot Hydro and the assets that we own for our gas utility, we're far better positioned in comparison to other municipalities. So this should not scare as much when we take those assets into consideration as well. Correct?
Correct. And so there's a whole lot of variables to consider, and to simplify and distill everything down to one graph is impossible, but all of this context is helpful to understanding, the financial position of the city. We're fairly strong.
But it's good to remind ourselves how good we do have it, though.
Right.
Right. Thank you.
Councillor Yaneski.
On pages 48, 49, and 50, really all three together, when you look at them from 2004 to 2025, it's basically a pyramid shape, with
Correct.
the peak being around 2012, 2013, 2014. When I look at each of those individual pages, I noticed that in one of the pages, the peak seems to be on one page of 2012, and the next page of 2014, and another one of 2013. Just slightly off on each of those pages, although that's the peak of that particular page. Why are they slightly different for each year?
So we'll start on 48. You can see 2012 and 2013 are essentially even. So that's total debt outstanding. Again, when we come over to debt per household, that's taking total debt and dividing it by total number of households. So the fact that those peaks are exactly the same makes sense. The one that's a little bit different is the one in between for debt charges as a percent of the tax levy. The other deal with how much debt we actually have on the books at the end of the year. This one deals with when are we making the debt payments. So we've issued debt in 2012, but we don't have to make a payment on that until 2013. So the fact that the payment is higher in 2013, 2014 here makes sense because everything would be shifted 1 year to the right.
Appreciate that. Also, using that same comparison of those three charts, on page 49, you have that blimp in 2022 with the Rangers' debt being maybe refinanced or reissued, whatever, or paid off. Why was that blimp not shown on the other two charts?
So this one assumes that the Rangers pay off their debt in 2022. So again, that's cash that we are paying out for the debt. This is total debt outstanding, so we're not planning to issue that new debt, so we wouldn't see it go up. We actually see it go down a little bit it's fairly negligible by that point in time, but out in 2022, 2023, you see that the number go down because we have less debt on the books because the Rangers are paying it off in 2022.
So in one scenario, you're saying they're going to pay, you assume they're going to pay it off, and in another scenario, you assume they're going to refinance. Is that what you're telling me?
In all scenarios, we're assuming they pay it off.
Oh.
As we get closer to that date, we'll have to enter in discussions with them to find out, do they need us to reissue it for them, or do they, in fact, have funds available to pay it off? As part of their financing model, they believe they would be able to pay it off after 10 years, but they weren't sure. It's, again, based on projections of how well the team does and revenues that they can create through lots of funding sources. And so we've provided this flexibility for them 10 years out from when it was.
All right. So I'm still a little confused because you're saying in all three scenarios you assume they'll pay off the debt. But then why are we still showing the blimp in 2022 on that page?
Mr. Chapman?
So Ryan, if you go to C-48, So, Councillor Necki, if you look at the red bar, the change from 2021 to 2022, you can see that it's cut in half.
Yeah.
So the previous slide was showing how much they'll actually pay out in debt charges, and that red line was large because they would be paying out the outstanding enterprise debt, which is consistent with total debt outstanding here, where you can see in 2022 the debt outstanding is cut in half because of that large payment they made on the other slide.
Okay, thank you. The last question I have deals with page 49 and 50 again. On page 49, you've got the range of credit ratings between 5 to 10% to being, I guess, acceptable range by the market. And then when you look to the next page, you've got a household debt range, a moderate range of 400 to 1,000. Are they equivalent in any way, or how did this range for the both pages come about? Who establishes that range?
So they're not comparable. They're not tied to each other. The first one on 49 is set by credit rating agencies. So if we were to go out to, say, Standard & Poor's or somebody like that and say, how much debt should we have as a percentage of our tax levy? They would say between 5 and 10%. On slide 50, the debt per household number, the range of $400 to $1,000 per household is set by the province. So it's different agencies that are setting the targets, and they're different measures, because one's just looking at gross debt divided by number of households. The other one is how much are you paying out versus how much are you bringing in through taxes.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect timing, Councillor Uneski. Mayor Vrbanovich.
Thank you very much, Chair Davey. I just wanted to really just follow up as well in line with some of the comments and questions that Councillor Singh was having, and maybe Ryan, you can just remind us, as we've seen our debt going up over the last little while, has this been in a period of historically low interest rates, probably unprecedentedly low?
It is. The last 2 or 3 debt issues that we've undertaken have, the email we get from the region who issues on our behalf is these are the lowest rates ever in the region. So it's not the late 80s when interest rates were 20%, it's now when interest rates are 2% or less.
Well, and I think it's important to consider that context as well as we look at this issue, because a lot of that was through a focused effort to increase debt in order to make some substantive EDIF investments that we know have been paying off in our community in significant ways. And I think it's important to have that context as we look at it, both as it goes up and now, as has been pointed out, in the trend downwards as we make those payments.
Thank you. Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. Actually, that's I was thinking about commenting on that as well. And I haven't seen the EDIF report in a while, but I mean, when we look at the return on our investments, Councillor Singh and others have been asking for better understanding, or if there was an easy way to put it in a chart, which probably there isn't, but to look at, we are issuing debt, but then we are also receiving a return on investment. If we could explain that in a clear way, as you're so good at explaining finance in clear ways, maybe you could work that magic for next year as well.
We will talk with our counterparts in ECDEV, and they typically do the EDIF report, so we can try to...
I don't mean just the EDIF report, I mean the 3 different types of debt, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yes, thanks, Chair Davey. Ryan, have you ever looked at doing a comparison to household income to debt? Household debt to their income ratio? Because to me, that would be the exact model that we're looking here for, because it would explain, can be totally relate to the household and how their debt levels are compared to the municipality, and it would clearly show we are incredibly in a great position if you did that comparison.
I have thought about that. I don't remember off the top of my head exactly what it is, but it's something like 40% could go to debt load. The city, as we see on this slide, is 14% or less. So yeah, a lot of citizens would have higher mortgages than the city does.
So if the average citizen is able to take on more debt and compared to us, that means, relatively speaking, we're doing a phenomenal job.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you. Something I think we always need to touch upon. Looking at, actually, we can go back to C48. This may look like some sort of aggressive debt reduction target, but my question is, in terms of a go-forward basis, to achieve these goals, and maybe you want to speak specifically to the yellow, the red, and the green, what does it mean to achieve this level of reduction in terms of future property tax increases?
It means absolutely nothing to tax rate increases. So we will be able to fund all of the yellow bars within existing tax rates, all of the green bars within existing tax rates, and we'll actually see a decrease in taxes because of the green bars falling off. And the red bars, the enterprise debt is already funded through their budget, so there's no increase to enterprise rates because of any of the debt we have.
Okay, very good. I want to make a quick comment on this. I understand that there are good reasons for debt at times, but I was very excited to see that we're moving into the moderate range, and I remind people at every opportunity that we do not need to raise taxes in order to achieve this reduction of debt as we go forward. Being that it's a little bit, or I guess it's 11 a.m., I wanted to take last time I said a 5-minute break and everyone was gone for 15 minutes. So I'm going to say a 2-minute break, hoping that people only take 5 minutes this time, okay?
There we go.
I'd like to ask everyone to please take your seats. Okay, that might have been 11 minutes. Mr. Haggie, reserve funds.
We're getting better every time, right? Every break. So we will talk about reserve funds next. Again, reserve funds conceptually are somewhat similar to long-term savings accounts. So if you want to think of them in that context, just to help you understand them. The city, as I've mentioned already, does have a reserve fund policy, and that was passed by council in 2012. And the reserve fund policy has a few things that I'd like to highlight. So it says that reserve funds will be used for their intended purposes. So that's a really important distinction, that we have money that we're setting aside, but it's for something specific, not just to be taken for whatever purpose. Also, in the reserve fund policy, it says that we'll maintain reserve funds in positive values. And so that's something that we'd strive for and continue to try to achieve, is to have all reserve funds have positive balances. And beyond that, to have reserve funds that are within their target thresholds, which are often higher than just zero, but to have the reserve funds be within their minimum and maximum thresholds. There are 5 categories of reserve funds, which is how the report, the policy was organized, how we review them each year during the budget process. And graphically, you can see that here on page 55, the 5 different categories of reserve funds. In addition to the information that you'll see on the next few slides, which is a little more summarized, there's a bit more detail that's been provided proactively to council about each reserve fund. So the information that's being provided is similar to what's been requested in the past. So instead of reacting to a request from council for a follow-up issue paper, we've been proactive in providing it as part of this year's budget process. So that's on CAPO 1, the very first issue paper, and it starts on page 175 of today's package. So I'll highlight each of the categories of reserve funds. I don't intend to talk about every single one, but to talk about the 5 different categories. And so the first category we'll talk about are corporate reserve funds, which are shown in the top third of this slide. My comments will mainly be about the projected 2015 column, so that's the second one in, and the budget 2016 column, which is the one to the far right. So when I'm talking, I'm generally comparing the total corporate reserve funds projection versus 2016 budget. So looking at that specifically, you can see the total corporate reserves at the end of 2015 are about $7.3 million, going down to $6.5 million in 2016. And you can see just underneath the $6.5 million, the minimum target balance for this area or this section of reserve funds is about $16 million. So at the end of 2016, we're planning to be at about 40% funded for corporate reserve funds. The decrease between 2015 and 2016 is primarily in the sick leave reserve line. You can see that balance goes down about $700,000. And that's largely due to expenses that we thought would happen in 2015, not occurring until 2016. So if you look at the budget 2015 for sick leave reserve, the ending balance was planned to be about $4.6 million. It's higher than that. And so some of the payments that were planned to happen in 2015 are now projected to happen in 2016. The next section is right in the middle of the slide, development. And we've already talked about DCs, and that's the reserve fund here. You see that at the end of 2015, we're looking at a projected balance of 3.6 million negative. So that's not what we would want to see, a reserve fund in a negative. And it's projected to go down to $8.2 million in 2016 based on the capital program that we've already reviewed this morning. This is below the target balance of 0. So we'd be looking to improve that over time. And again, as we've already seen, there is a plan to return that reserve to a positive balance by 2019. The last section on this slide is program-specific reserve funds. And you can see it going from $9.3 million in 2015 to $10.5 million in 2016. This is within the target threshold for these reserve funds. By far the largest reserve in this category is economic development. You can see that reserve fund was planned to have about $3.4 million in it at the end, or budgeted in 2015. The projection is $8.3 million, and has already been discussed a little bit today. That's because of a capital closeout for the center block property next door. There were funds that were being held for parking there. Those have been closed off, and some we saw on the DC page. The remainder of the funds went to the Economic Development Reserve Fund. The next section of reserve fund are the stabilization reserve funds. These are the ones that we talked about primarily during the operating budget, and you can see that there needs to be marked improvement in those reserves. The projection for 2015 is about $8.9 million. By the end of 2016, that goes down to $5.6 million, which is well below the threshold or the minimum target of $29 million. So stabilization reserve funds as a whole are about 20% of their minimum balance at the end of 2016. The major decrease in this area relates to gas supply, so that's third from the top. You'll see gas utility and then in brackets supply. You can see that reserve fund going from $8.6 million projected in 2015 down to about $3 million at the end of 2016. And again, that's based on the rate that Council has approved already for gas supply going from 19 cents to 10.5 cents. We're able to have such a large decrease because there was a large balance in the stabilization reserve fund that was above its maximum threshold, and so that's being used to essentially to fund a loss in gas supply in 2016. So just like we've said in the policy, if things are above their maximum threshold, we would look to rates coming down to fund those, and we've seen that in action in this gas supply in 2016. The final category of reserve funds are the capital reserve funds, which take up the majority of this slide. Again, looking toward, it's about 3/4 of the way down the page, total capital reserves. Projected balance in 2015 is about $33 million. By 2016, you see that going down to $27 million, which is below the threshold of 30, or the target, minimum target of $40 million. So capital reserve funds as a whole are about 70% funded of the minimum targets. The major decreases we see in this area relate to to different utilities, and those are things that we saw last week during the operating budget. You may recall I was making comments when we were looking at some of the various utilities that their capital reserve funds were being deployed to fund the capital program. This is where we see the impact of that in the reserve section. So you can see the gas utility reserve, which is second from the top, goes from about $4 million to $1.6 million. A little further down, you can see sanitary goes from about $2.5 million to $44,000. And just underneath that, you can see stormwater goes from $1.6 million down to $295,000. So instead of funding capital projects from rate increases, they're being funded from the capital reserve funds, which is the purpose of holding these reserve funds. So if we didn't have those, we may be looking at rate increases that are above and beyond what's already proposed. At the very bottom of the slide, you can see total reserves subtotaled. So you can see the total balance in 2015 is about $55 million. The end of 2016, we'd be looking at about $42 million. And the total minimum is about $86 million. So we're just under 50% funded totally by the end of 2016 for reserve funds against our minimum targets. So looking at what that means, we have a wrap-up slide for reserves like we had for debt. Just to summarize, the city does have a strong comprehensive framework for how we manage reserve funds. It has target levels, and we're working to try to achieve that as best possible. The overall reserve balances are below their target thresholds in a lot of cases, though, so that's an area of concern. And as we've already talked about a bit, the city's debt-to-reserve ratio is worse than we would want, worse than 1-to-1, but is planned to be improved. Being about 50% funded on our total reserves in the end of 2016, like we just reviewed on the last slide, is a bit of a problem. And it means that we're currently not putting aside enough funding for future purposes. So we're not saving up enough today to pay for things in the future. Therefore, there should be no rating of reserves to reduce rates or to change things in the 2016 budget. Instead, we need to be putting aside more funding for future uses. I'll pause there as we get into a different topic in the next slide.
Very good. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I have just a question with regards to the Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund and the numbers that you have on C57. Going back to the operating budget, it's showing that it's planned to take $250,000 out for the Center and the Square. Do we see that continuity here from 2015 to 2016?
It's not in here. That decision or discussion came to light kind of after we had prepared the capital forecast, or sorry, this presentation. So the number you see there would have to be reduced by $250,000.
Which then again impacts the overall reserve funds that we actually do have.
Correct.
Okay. Is that something that we may be able to get that schedule changed for final budget day?
Yes, and it would be part of the final budget book based on whatever council's final decisions are.
So it would show the tax stabilization reserve fund, its funding for budget 2016 with the 250 removed for the Center and the Square?
Right. It would be $440,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I have first a request. I'd like to thank you for the continuity schedules on 176 to 179 for 2016. I would like also to get the continuity schedule for 2015, our actual figures. I believe you could put it together in the same format as 175 to 179 fairly quickly.
I believe we can do that fairly simply. Is it? Okay. Yep.
You've answered most of the questions that I had on these. The one thing I'm still not clear on is the sick leave reserve fund. That's drawn down by people being away sick or by people leaving and getting a gratuitous payout. Is that not correct?
So people under a previous contract were able to bank up sick time and be paid out. Yes.
But when you say things didn't materialize this year, but you expect them to materialize next year, how do you explain that? Were there a bunch of people that were going to leave this year that were entitled to payouts that are now not going to leave till next year?
That would be part of it, yes.
Thank you. That's part of it. How big a part of it is it? What else?
I would have to look. I don't know off the top of my head.
All right.
Through the chair, yes, that is the issue. The material difference is because of people that were eligible to retire with a payout, but for whatever reason have deferred that retirement date.
Sorry, while we're on that point, which people are those?
It would be most long-serving employees. Fire is the only collective agreement which provides for an ongoing sick leave payout. The others were all grandfathered out, but there are still many city employees that are entitled to that.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez?
Yeah. In reviewing the reserves against the existing balances, I'd like to know what percentage we increase reserves each year. Is there a percentage, or is it related to leftover existing balances or capital closeouts?
Through the chair, they're largely unrelated. So capital closeouts would go to the respective capital reserve funds, but the ones you see on the slide here, like corporate development, program specific, they're not tied to existing capital balances at all. So existing capital balance really only applies to these reserve funds that are on the screen now on slide 58.
So ones like any of the corporate ones that have gone up and any of the program-specific ones that have gone up, is, except for economic development, it's just a percentage increase?
In some cases, they have a annual contribution to them. So for instance, the election reserve that you'll see in program specific right in the middle, we make a contribution. We estimate what the cost of an election is, and we divide it by 4, and every year we set aside 1/4 of it. So that reserve fund is getting funding every year for it. A few lines down, community loan, you'll see that does not get an annual contribution made to it. So there's nothing specifically built into that for, we have some funding, we loan it out, people pay it back, and that's how it's replenished.
Right, and that's how it went from 493 projected to 498. There was a payback on,
right.
on a loan. Okay. why is there such an increase in the recreation land?
So that's in capital reserves.
58.
Right, the very last one, just before the
From the
bottom
budget to budget 2015 to the budget. I mean, it's not as much from the projected, but from the budget to the budget.
Oh, so the 2016 budget is based on the 2015 projection plus increased contributions made by developers in 2016.
Okay. So just going back to our previous conversations about DCs and such, if we're concerned about not getting enough DCs, does that reflect in, are we anticipating more than we're actually going to get in this recreational land?
Through the chair, we've looked at the income stream for recreational land, and we're doing, I believe it's a 5-year average for this. So we aren't hitting the high watermark and assuming that for all years going forward. It's based on a multi-year average.
Okay. And is it possible to remind me where this funding, we have a policy for each of our reserves and where that funding is allowed to be allocated. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you remind me where that funding, I mean, you may just need to send me an email, but on where the funding for the recreational land could go to?
So I'll do my best off the top of my head. It can go for land acquisition for new parks. It can go for, I believe it's fixed building and those types of things, some park amenity space. And I think I seem to recall there were 3 kind of main areas of investment, but essentially it's for acquiring and developing parkland. It's kind of the overall simple explanation of how it can be used.
Okay. How possible is it for any councillor in particular to make a request for funding that's in that recreation land to go towards a specific project, i.e. the Upper Canada Park? Let's just, because that's in my ward, I'll just ask about it.
So I would say it's the prerogative of any individual councillor to bring that forward to the extent they get support from council as a whole. We could potentially make that happen. We'd have to look at the cash flow, like what the expected and budgeted uses for that is, and if there's funding available.
Okay, so I guess I'm a little bit puzzled, or maybe I'm unclear. I thought this was a reserve, and we only would need to use the money out of this reserve if we had a project that fulfilled all of the criteria. It's not necessarily that if I was to do the page flip, that money would be coming out of that reserve specifically.
So through the chair, in the budget, there is an expectation that we will be using some of the recreational land reserve. Mm-hmm. I'd have to look to see what specific projects, but I believe like Grand River Park has an allocation from it. I think Upper Canada Park does this year or had in a previous year. South District Park is another one that has an allocation from that reserve fund budgeted in the capital forecast.
Okay. One last question, or did I?
If you have one last question,
okay.
Go ahead.
The winter control, of course, we've had some pretty tough years in winter control, but so far this year, we're, fingers crossed, we haven't had any big snowstorms. Did you knock on the wood there? And we've got a straight line across. That means we have no reserves at all.
Correct. So it was established when we had the reserve fund policy in 2012. There was a modest deposit of $50,000 or $60,000 made in one year, and that has since been spent. And there's no expectation in the near future that we'll be putting money into it, because it essentially says we have to have a surplus in tax-supported operations as a whole and in winter control specifically. And if we meet those 2 criteria, then we could put funding into that reserve fund.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Singh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So when I see the our balances, comparison to our minimum and maximum recommended reserve levels, we're not even close to those thresholds. At what point do we give pause and take concern to this? And the other is, it's difficult to see when you have multiple different categories, and at the bottom you just show the maximum minimum. One segment might be overfunded somewhere, something else may be at a critical risk. In later budgets, could we give more detail as to which needs more attention?
So on pages 175 and beyond, what we've provided for the more detailed forecast, every single reserve fund has a bottom line. Here's what the budgeted amount is for 2016, the ending balance, and it shows the minimum and maximum. We thought by putting all of that on this slide, it would become too crowded. So the information is there.
So with that added information, how do we correct this trend? Because over the last number of years, we've continued to see, yes, we're not meeting our recommended reserve levels, but business continues to go on, fine. So how do we change that trend? What do we really need to do? And outside of our just capital current or our specific projects where we do well and it gets funded back into that particular reserve, at what point do we need to have this associated as part of our tax levy increases that we can start kind of having better buffer zone there?
So I think you've hit it on the head that essentially to grow balances, we would be looking at rate increases. A dedicated contribution to the reserve funds that are underfunded in order to bring them back to their minimum targets. Through more recent budgets, we've been trying to address, some of the issues that we see, with utility rates, pipes bursting and those types of things. And so to do that and replenish reserve funds at the same time, we didn't think would be overly palatable to bring back to council.
Are there other ways too, other than I know that's our available tool that we have. How do other cities do it, or is that the only measure?
Mr. Chapman, Dad?
Through the chair, I believe the trend line has been that our balances have been growing. There is a blip this year, but over the past 5 years, if memory serves, it's a positive increasing trend. And I think, although it's slow, the major factor is to respect the reserve policy, right? To use reserves only for the purpose for which they were created. I think there was a time where there was more flexibility, I would say, on the part of council, where there was a balance somewhere that would be applied somewhere else based on need. I think within the past term, council has much more closely respected the policy, and as a result, those funds have been slowly growing over time.
Do we have a straight line graph that would show in past years and where that trend is leading to?
It's been in the annual financial report. I know I saw Councillor Gazzola had a copy of it here. I don't have my copy with me, but there is a trend that shows that incremental positive increase over time there, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councillor Yaneski?
Page 56. Interesting to note, and I'm not too sure if there's any rationale for it or not. Maybe you can explain it to me. When I look at the headings at the top of the page, actual 2014, projected 2015, budget 2015, specifically the two middle ones, when I look at the previous pages, they're reversed. Is there any reason why they're reversed in here?
Not specifically. It's one of the banes of my existence, though, that I find it annoying personally, so I've asked my staff to switch that for next year so that it reads actual 2014, budget 2015, projected 2015, and budget 2016.
Okay, so you found it annoying too.
Yeah.
Well, I was wondering because was there a reason for it or not? I had no idea. So you've answered my question. Development charges on that page are increasing in debt to $8 billion for 2016.
Correct.
Is this one of the worst in the history of the city in terms of how much in the hole we are compared to like we had as bad as we were with the Edith Fund back just a few years ago, the worst in the history in terms of our debt? Is this the same thing with the development charges unfolding?
I'd have to go back and look. I know the city's had negative balances in the DC Reserve Fund before. I would say the one saving grace I can think of right now is that we do have a plan to return it to a positive balance by the next time council looks at the DC bylaw. So it's not where we would want to be, but essentially we were starting in a bad place. We had a negative balance when we started this new DC bylaw, and we committed to get to a break-even point by 2019. We're on that path and trajectory, and we just want to see that through.
Well, I appreciate your positive look, notwithstanding the $2.5 million that we didn't receive any revenue for 2015, and you're still looking at it optimistically. So Where was I going on this? My notes.
To be clear, sorry, Councillor Yaneski, I need to interject. It's not necessarily optimistically, it's based on projections and data.
Well, I know it's based on projections, but those projections are optimistic.
I think it's unfair to attribute that to staff. I think it's based on data.
Well, that's fine. It's a matter of opinion. You're entitled to yours, which I appreciate. The page 59, you did indicate that closeouts on particular portions would go to the particular reserve fund that they were tied in with.
Correct.
But you also said in your closing comments when you were talking about page 59 that we should put more money aside to increase the funds because we're at the lowest we've been in a long time. So should we just sort of, the closeouts can apply to certain projects, but should we take $1 million and then maybe try to put it into the general reserve fund to fatten it up to make things a little easier in the future? And that'll have an impact on the budget in any way or not? How do you...
So I would suggest against that. Essentially, we have the policy framework in place, and like Mr. Chapman said, if we stick to the framework and use the funds as intended, that's a better plan than getting into taking money from over here and putting it here, and then we've caused a problem here, so now we need to move money from somewhere else.
No, I appreciate it, and I wasn't going in that direction. I'm just saying, let's just increase the taxes to the city another %, then we take $1 million and then we just throw in that kitty for the reserves, just from the taxpayer.
Right. And so, personally, from a financial planning point of view, that I would appreciate that. There was a suggestion to do something, basically that very thing, to make an annual contribution to the Tax Stabilization Reserve Fund as part of last year's budget. It was $200,000, 0.2% increase to taxes, and that was voted down by council. So, from a staff point of view, we've proposed that type of thing in the past, and it has not been successful, so we didn't see benefit of bringing a suggestion like that forward through this year's budget cycle.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
Just of note, I did ask that that be recirculated for the final budget day, that issue paper. Councillor Fernandez.
Sorry, I forgot to ask one question. With regards to economic development, we're seeing quite a significant jump budget to budget of $6 million in that pool. What is our max minimum on that? Do you know?
So the minimum is 0 and the maximum is $10 million, and that's on page 177 of the package.
Thanks for reminding me of that. So we're getting pretty darn close to that max, and I guess I'm just trying to understand the need to have such a huge amount in that pool of money when we're I mean, economic development can mean quite a broad number of things, not just downtown area. It could be economic development within our other areas of our city, right?
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, yes, you are correct. My understanding is that the strategy was revised based on council feedback to reflect a greater citywide focus. I would just remind council that when EDIF was running, we were spending about $10 million a year on economic development initiatives. There is no new money coming into that program, and we have about $10 million to fund, arguably over this term of council. I believe the strategy is ambitious, and I even know that there is a report coming on December the 7th to make the first allocation from the fund. So I don't believe economic development will be looking for projects to fund. I think there are more than many good initiatives out there to support, and the challenge will be how do we earmark this one-time funding over the four-year term of council.
And that's kind of what I was wondering about too. Is this is going to be a fund that will be drawn down for our downtown incentives and our exemptions? Would that money come out of this pool?
There are some different funding sources for existing programs, but this is the only source of funding for any new strategy coming out of the economic development strategy itself.
Okay, and normally we would anticipate spending $50 million for the next 5 years, but we've only got just under 10.
I wouldn't say we're anticipating, but just as a frame of reference, we were spending $10 million per year on economic development during the life of EDIF. That program is now done. Yep. This represents the balance available for this term.
Okay. All right. to my line of questioning on the recreation land acquisition, I'm wondering if it would be possible to have an issue paper to understand if it's possible to have any funding coming out of that recreational land. And I'm going to throw out a number, but I'd be interested in sort of a range between $1 million to $2 million to go towards the Upper Canada Park and the work that was brought to us a number of months ago by Dan Ritz.
I believe that would require a motion to reconsider, Mr. Chapman.
I'm just asking for information, really not saying a motion.
And what I was going to offer is, as we get to the page flip after lunch, what we can do is bring back after lunch the detailed projection for that reserve. That'll give you a sense for what the commitments are and what the funding looks like, and certainly we can take direction once you've seen that, but that would be, I think, a helpful piece of information first.
Well, when I was looking at page 131, I noticed that there was a reserve funding coming out. Well, this is 2020, so it's a little bit far ahead. For the Iron Horse Trail, there's $750,000 coming out of a reserve. It doesn't specify what reserve that would be. As well as, I thought there was another one I saw that was coming out of a reserve.
So they're likely the park fund, and so what I'd say, we'll bring back the detailed issue paper after lunch. That way you'll be able to see all of the projects that are earmarked for funding and what the balance looks like. We can still take direction from committee at that point, but I think it would be helpful to see.
Okay.
I would clarify it'll be a schedule, not an issue paper.
A schedule.
It would be a schedule, but so really the issue paper is more or less asking, once we see the schedule, at least have an understanding of. Asking for the issue paper is really to have information about where the Upper Canada Park could fit into the schedule. Does that make sense?
If that's the direction we get from council after seeing the schedule, we'll take that for final budget day.
But to the chair's point, we'll also clarify what direction council's already given so that you're clear on the procedure to bring that issue back. So we'll look at both of those and bring them back after lunch.
Okay, I guess I'll ask this question after at lunchtime maybe. On something else. Thanks.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Davey. Yeah, Councillor Fernandez raised a really good point. And rather than having something that's more ward-specific, I think maybe it would be beneficial to look at something more city-specific with that fund, with that reserve fund, in particular dealing with all our parks and stuff and the EAB, because I think that's something that would be some beneficial to the entire community.
Okay, so on that then staff will bring back the schedule to show what the implications are for that fund, and we can have that discussion at that point. Councillor Fernandez?
Oh, no, I was done.
Oh, okay.
Thanks.
Okay, that concludes reserves. It is 10 to noon. Do we want to do the capital forecast? Looking for capital forecast before lunch, or do you want to break for lunch? Is there any preference?
I just have a few comments I can make, and then when we come back from lunch, if we want to get right into the page flip, sure. I can do the next 3 or 4 slides. It's really just a bit of overview, and then
certainly let's do that.
There. So, looking at the capital forecast pages, they begin on page 96 for the detailed projects, and it's organized by department, division, section, as it has been shown in the past. On the capital forecast pages, aside from just the project number, name, and the dollar values, you'll also see some additional information to help council understand what it means. So one of the things you'll see is a checkbox, and that means it's a new capital project that's been added to this year, so it's easier for council to pick off what's brand new in this year's capital forecast. As well, one of the columns toward the left you'll see says type, and in that column you'll see a letter from time to time. So if it says T, it means it's triple funded, which means it's part of the Accelerated Infrastructure Replacement Program. So that's replacing water, sanitary, and stormwater within city streets. You may also see a TS, and that's just to provide some additional clarification about if there's sidewalk infill on that project. That's something that's come out in the last couple of years that council wanted to know which projects had sidewalk infill and which ones didn't, so we've indicated that in the forecast. In that type column as well, you may see an A, B, or C. And just to clarify, there is a distinction between whether it's a big A or a little a. If you see a capital letter, it means that there's a contingency amount that is built into the pricing you see in the budget. If it is a lowercase number or a lowercase letter, you'll see that there's an expected contingency, but it is not built into the budget figure that you see. So again, just to refresh council's mind, Class A means that it's kind of a good number that has a low contingency. It's based on a lot of information that's been developed. B's and C's are of lower quality estimate. There's just not as much information, or the project is further out, and so additional work will need to be done as we bring those forward. So again, the following slides I'll have up on screen, and we'll progress through them as we get into the page flip. But essentially, the following slides just highlight major changes from the prior year, as well as highlighting some issue papers for council. Changes over $50,000 are highlighted on the slide. Things over $1 million have an issue paper attached to them. And I would point out, we've highlighted all the issue papers we had when the original package came out. There's one that's been added about EAB, so that you won't see that in the package, but when we get to the operating section, if nobody else flags it, I'll try to remember to twig in myself and draw attention to the EAB issue paper. So that's it before we get into specific the page flip.
Okay, Councillor Fernandez.
Oh, no, sorry, that was
no?
what I said.
Okay, there are no questions. We will break for lunch and reconvene at 1 p.m. Please take your seats. Okay, good afternoon. We will get right back into it. If you lost your page, we are on page C67. Mr. Haggie?
I was going to say, I don't have any more formal presentation to go. The remainder of the slide deck essentially just highlights some of the issues as we get to the detailed page flip that would, highlight things for council. So as we go through the detailed page flip, I'll advance slides so that things are called out for council, so major changes or if there's an issue paper. And as I noted before, there's the Emerald Ash borer, which is not referenced anywhere in here, but we'll make sure to flag when we get to the operations section. So I'd suggest we go right to the first page of the detailed page flip, and I'll advance slides as necessary.
Okay, that would be easiest. I was going to ask that question. So we are on page... Where are we here? Starting on page C93 then? Is that where you want to start, Mr. Haggie? Does that look...
Yeah, if there are any questions about 9345, those are really just summaries of where the funds come from, which departments they go to. The detailed projects start on 96 with general. We've already dealt with 97 and 98, which are KPL and Center in the Square, so I'd suggest page 96, the slide that's showing on the screen refers to environmental remediation, which is one of the lines on here, and essentially we just shifted some funding around in order to balance the forecast. So that's really the highlight of this page. Everything else is as was part of last year's budget.
Very good. So questions on page C96. Councillor Fernandez?
Just a quick question. Where did that funding go, or did we add or subtract to that funding?
So overall funding for environmental remediation went down. I think it was about $400,000, and essentially that was to fit in some of the other priority projects that we've included as part of this year's forecast. So environmental remediation is one of the accounts that we look to year after year just to make sure that everything is balanced across the forecast.
So do we have an understanding of how that $400,000 got divided out? If we took it out of the budget, we took it out for 2 years, 16 and 17.
No, sorry, overall, the total change in environmental remediation for all 10 years of the forecast was about $400,000. So it's not a significant amount of money for that account over all 10 years of the forecast.
Okay, I forgot to look at what was in there in 2015 budget. We don't have that number by any chance, do we?
I don't have mine. Oh, Mr. Chapman has his too.
Okay.
And it would involve dropping off the first year of last year's forecast as well as adding on year 10, so there would be a change there as well.
Okay, and what kind of projects were coming out of this?
So, Mr. Gross manages it, so I'd turn to him to...
Mr. Gross?
Through the chair, the types of projects in there are mediation to the Strasbourg Roadlands, the former Maple Leaf site, where we have some remediation to do. Bram Street is in there. Center Block, disposal of contaminants was funded from it. There's some Elmsdale remediation. Battler Yards, there's some money in for that. And there's the Gaukel Street, 44 Gaukel Street monitoring costs, as well as some 305 King Street. That's the Charles Water parking remediation.
Can I ask a bit more detailed about the Battler Yards? Was that related to the products that are stored on that site?
No, the Battler Yards was in reference to groundwater.
And we had to do some remediation to the groundwater?
No, we did not. That's in the event that we need to.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. I may have some more questions as we go through the page.
Certainly. There are no further questions on that, so we've dealt with the boards. So we're now looking at pages, we'll do the Office of the CAO altogether. So we're looking at pages 99, C99 to 104. And the only new item there is on the screen, that's the Corporate Climate Action Plan. I don't believe the print shop is in this. Councillor Fernandez.
Yeah, so looking at 101, under the downtown improvements and the downtown incentive fundings, we have a balance of 155,715, and then 172,000, and we're still putting money into those pots. Can you help me understand why we would be continuing to put money in it when we have a need? I mean, we're doubling the funding in the downtown improvements, and we're close to doubling the funding that's already in there.
Mr. Bloom.
Through the chair, we've had some extensive capital improvement costs over the past year, and we're forecasting a number of improvements over the next few years that would fully spend the money that is in the reserve, plus also budgeted. In addition to this, the BIA is actually partnering with us, and will be providing, they've notionally committed some funding over the next few years to assist with some of the capital repairs that are required downtown. So for us to maintain that partnership, we would have to maintain the funding that's been put in so far.
Well, I'm sorry, I erred. When I said downtown incentive funding, I said 172. I meant 1,172,000 is in the existing balances right now on page C193. So, and we're going to put in over the next 10 years close to another $1 million. How can we justify sitting with over $1 million in the fund and then continue to add? Surely to goodness we must have projects that we should be using this money for.
Sorry, through the chair, yes. So now that I understand the question, the over $1 million that's in the reserve are commitments that are part of the building permit rebate program that we offered. You may recall from our financial incentive review of about a year and a half ago, that program was changed. Previously, we refunded all of the building permit rebates for major projects, City Centre, for example. We've since grandfathered that out, but there are still some remaining commitments that would eat up all, if not more, of that $1 million. City Centre being one, for example, and One Victoria being another, where they applied before we changed the program. So that 1.2 million would fund those rebates.
Okay, so what we're waiting for then is for those projects to be completed before we give them their refund?
That's correct.
Or their incentive grant? I guess that's better.
That's correct. We would pay upon completion and closure of the building permit. And then the additional forecasted capital lines that you see on C101, if you recall when we did the financial incentive review, so those funds, so you're looking at $92,000 a year, typically went to fund that building permit program. When we made the changes a year and a half ago, council decided that only 10,000 of that 92 would continue to go to fund building permit rebates, which now are predominantly focused at smaller building permits, retail storefronts, restaurant renovations, for example, those types of small permits. The balance of that 92,000, so 82,000, would go to fund the facade grant program on an ongoing basis for the next 3 years. And then council asked us to come back, so I guess in about a year and a half, and report on that program, and to make a determination going forward whether we continue to fund that with the 82,000 of that line item or not.
And how much uptake have we had on that front facade?
Through the chair, we have about 15 applications underway, so significant pickup in the past 2 years.
Sorry, I have to take this. Sorry.
So for the rest of committee, yes, we have we have as many applications as we have funding for at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. Councillor Marsh?
Thank you. So I'm just trying to understand, if you could help me understand, for the Office of the Chief Administrator, in the capital forecast summary on C93, we've got for 2016 $1,045,000, but then on C99 it's 80. Can you just help me understand what is not included then on C99 to make up that amount on C93?
So through the chair, it's the sum total of all of the pages that have CAO as department. So it's economic development, it's the office of the CAO, it's communications and marketing. So it's the sum of all of those pages.
Oh, right. Okay. Thank you. Good. That's all.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, just during lunch, Councillor Fernandez was sharing with us that she's dealing with a personal urgent matter today. That's why she left abruptly. Just so staff know, we don't have a practice of leaving mid-answer of a question. So my question is for C-101 Brownfield program, and then the respective balance in the account that shows on C-193. Currently, it outlines as $1.8 million that's in the fund, and we are showing over the 10-year forecast consecutive additional funding to the program. Very supportive. I think that's the direction that we need to have. But what is an appropriate amount that's needed in that fund? And do we already have expected programs that are in the pipelines that will require funding from this?
So it was about the Brownfield program?
That's correct.
So we do have a detailed forecast that essentially draws that fund, that uses all the funding that exists and what's forecast in the budget.
Okay.
Mr. Wilmer, to add?
Just to say that while we respect that these are questions being asked about specific line items, I can say that in a general context, these are the exact same questions that we go through at the administrative review process. So each division department comes forward, they meet with all the department heads and myself, we look at existing capital balances, we look at allocations for 2016 and beyond, and if there is no justification or only partial justification, then we close it out or partially close it out, returning to its funding sources. So rest assured, we've already been through this, and if we weren't satisfied that there was a need for the funds, they would have been closed out. But, I understand there will be a need for questions on specific line items.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer, but again, it's the council prerogative to balance the needs and the priorities of the city, and that's why sometimes those questions do need to be answered. And we have, on a political basis, and answerable to our community in a different concept. So I appreciate the lens that the corporate team takes a look at. I have great confidence in the way that you guys do look at, but I think that still serves for us to be proactive and vigilant on those same funds and whatever questions may merit from it. But anyways, you answered, so thank you.
Councillor Schneider?
Thank you, Chair Davey. Just maybe an observation or question regarding some of our balances, if it might be helpful to us as council and maybe to our citizens who look at some of these line items online, that if we could, possibly explain, like as Councillor Fernandez brought up with the downtown incentives funding, that these are pending payments. So it's not a big balance, it's just sitting in there waiting to be added to. Just a thought for future.
Thank you. Yes, it's an important note. It does note that I guess these balances are of September 30th, so there's still like 3 months of costs that need to come out of here at a minimum. Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, just another question just about on C-104, about industrial artifacts and public art maintenance in the capital budget. Can you help us understand what those line items are paying for?
Ms. DiDonato?
Through the chair.
Sorry, could you hit your microphone? There you go.
Through the chair, the Public Art Maintenance Fund was established for a maintenance program that was set up last year, and the program is based on a conservation report that defined what was needed for the entire collection, and we're working our way through that. The industrial artifacts was established some years ago. We also are looking at pieces that are established throughout the city that honor the industrial and manufacturing history, and you may be familiar with some of them. And they also have opportunities for improvement, enhancement, and at this time, painting program to update those pieces, as well as the possibility of expanding the program slightly for related areas such as the Iron Horse Trail.
Okay, great. And so it's good to see that we're going to be able to maintain them and improve them. I'm still not understanding why is this not in the maintenance side, the operations side of the budget instead of the capital side?
Mr. Chapman?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's an astute observation. It probably belongs more in the operating fund. The benefit that we have in maintaining it this way is that balances can carry forward. It's often the case that we will do a large program of maintenance work in 1 year. It will cost more than $15,000, but if it's an operating and it's not spent, it's closed out. And so you'll see for some projects like this, it makes sense to keep it in capital so that when we have lumpy costs, we can save and then fund them in the year they're required.
Sounds great. I was just wondering if we're going to see additional pieces of public art through this fund as we go, and maybe that would happen if the maintenance budget wasn't was accumulating over time. Or
and the way that typically we add to the program is through the 1% for art that's dedicated as a part of major projects, and then the pooled fund that's available for that purpose too.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I would remind committee as well that if you have specific questions about, as we're going through, because we're getting quite a few questions, we've hardly gone through any pages. If you have specific questions about maybe what something is, this isn't the final crack at this. That might be a good question to ask offline as well. And if there's any serious concerns, we could follow up on final budget day. Note to staff as well, if there's a question just in terms of speed, if there's a question that relates to your specific department, please just feel free to come to the podium for expediency. Question, Councillor Yaneski.
Yeah, on page 101, dealing with the brownfield site, just puzzled as to why, unless I missed it, in the year 2021, it's such a huge increase.
So again, Mr. Chair, it's based on the forecast of the commitments that we have already and expected in the future. We do have a balance right now, so that's been, we're planning to spend that. We are not putting as much into it as we may need, but by the time we get out to 2023 or 21, we need to reinfuse that fund because there are expenses to come. So it's essentially just looking at what the existing balance is and drawing that down allows us to reduce the cash flow going into that account for the earlier years of the forecast, and then we kind of need to do a catch-up in 2021.
So there's no specific project that was identified?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I have a number of questions on the large outstanding balances that I'm not going to ask because I think you have tried to explain it. But I do want, on 102, on the market, there's a balance of $243,000, which is more than the 10-year capital forecast. What is that left over from, or what is it intended for?
Mr. Bloom?
Through the chair, the largest forecasted expense at the market is renovations to the washrooms, which are currently operating below the preferred service level. So the majority of what you see in the reserve would get eaten up by renovations to the washroom facilities.
Well, how big a job was that? Was money provided prior to this for that project? Or?
Through the chair, I don't know the exact details, but I can certainly get them and have them emailed to you after the meeting.
Okay, no further questions on that. Where are we now? So we will do, I guess, the mayor and council, page 105 through, we'll do finance and corporate services as well, which will bring us to C110. So there's a couple items in here. Giving folks a moment to queue in. Councillor Gazzola.
Just a quick question on PCI compliance. Are we not there? Are we there? Because I noticed there's still some funds left, but I thought that was.
Through the chair, the PCI project is slated to wrap up at the end of December. The funding that is currently in there is expected to be completely used by the end of this year.
Okay, I thought the job was completely done. That's fine. Thank you.
Not seeing any other questions in those items. Okay, we will skip ahead. To community services, we'll go to pages 111 up to, let's go up to planning. So pages 111 to 120. Councillor Fernandez.
Thank you for your indulgence. I know I had a number of questions on other pages, but just going into, you said 120, up to 120?
111 to 120 we're on.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I did have some questions related to outstanding balances. Can I ask them at this point in time?
Yeah, I guess it'd probably be most appropriate if it's related to items about like 111 to 120, but...
Yeah, a couple of them are. So when I'm looking at the planning, the urban design improvements, there was an existing balance of $80,000 in that. Can somebody help me understand where that money goes? Sorry.
Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is an account that we save up over multiple years in order to have enough funding to allocate to larger projects.
Okay, thanks. The heritage, we are increasing our heritage, a number of our funds, and I mean, I know it's not a lot, but I guess one of the concerns I have is that there is a situation in my ward related to Dune Village Road. It's a heritage garden that was removed, and there was a promise of having something done a year ago, and nothing has been done. We have money available to get that work done, so I'm really curious to know why we're not using it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can't speak to the specifics of an individual garden. I can say that our two heritage planners have been heavily involved in the cultural heritage landscape, so it may not be a matter of money, it may be a matter of staff time to do the work.
Okay. On the fire capital, have we completed our master plan yet? And we have $102,000 in that existing budget. And if it's not completed, when would we be closing that out?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, we have not completed the fire master plan. As council's aware, over the past 2 years, we've gone through an entirely new leadership team at the fire department. So Chief Rehill will be leading the development and finalization of the fire master plan next year, and at that time, we'll look at outstanding balances.
Okay, and just a reminder, we stopped before planning.
Oh,
so you're jumping ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, I will
So
stop
120,
with my questions for a few minutes until I gather my thoughts. Thanks.
Okay, there are no other questions in the queue. Oh, now there's a couple. Councillor Yaneski.
Yeah, sorry to jump at the last second here. On the page 118, dealing with the Rockway Center expansion, scheduled for 2023. The money that's allocated there, I know we went through a study back a couple of years ago on this, Is this for a total renovation, or I can't recall, are we just doing a partial expansion? Because I know we're talking about doing a partnership.
Councillor Neske, see that would be a great question to ask offline. It's in 2023. Not sure it's entirely relevant now. I will allow the question, but...
so I'm just wondering whether it could be advanced or not.
Through you, Mr. Chair, based on Council's direction, it is our hope that we'll be able to do something before that time through a partnership. That is the funding available should we not be able to secure a partnership.
So we're leaving it in the meantime until we do further review?
That's correct.
Okay.
Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I have a question. I know this has been discussed, but it's on the C-120 Kiwanis Park pool, and there's a paper on it on C-181. I'm just curious. It says that, I'm just curious if we've looked at all the alternatives that we could have there. I know we looked at two alternatives, which were two different, from what I understand, two different styles of what the completed project would look like. But if we looked at all the alternatives as to what we could, what else we could do, is there any less expensive way of dealing with that issue?
Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would say that yes, we have pursued other alternatives, and as a result, we've been able to push off for a couple of years when we needed to do this work. We're now at the point, given tightening health regulations, where the work must be done.
In the report on C-181, it talks about $800,000 for shutting. Could you just expand a little bit on that?
So through you, Mr. Chair, Ms. Fletcher's here if you want a more detailed answer, but my understanding is that would be the cost to simply decommission the pool and remove it from the current location.
Would you like Mrs. Fletcher to comment as well? Is there further...
Yeah, Mr. May thinks that, but he's not certain, so can we just hear?
Certainly. Ms. Fletcher, is that...
I find that a lot of money to just close it down, $800,000.
Through the chair, the $800,000 is related to decommissioning the pool, removing everything, and disposing of things like the asphalt and all the infrastructure in a proper manner. And we've reviewed that number a few times.
Okay. Now, I also asked you previously to this about the other alternatives. I guess your answer is that there is no other alternative other than spending the $3.5 million.
Through the chair, that is true.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Galloway-Seelock?
Sorry, did I miss a number of pages while I stepped out?
You may have, but go ahead.
My one question is with 113.
113? Yep, go ahead.
I'm noticing in the arena section that there's still the omission of the South District Arena. I thought it was supposed to start coming into the forecast this year, obviously in the 10-year, but are we even further out than I thought we were for the Twin Pet Arena?
Mr. May? Or Ms. Kugler?
Through you, Mr. Chair, based on the looks around the room, I think we'll have to get back to you on that. That wasn't my understanding, but we can certainly get back to you.
Okay.
I just wanted to confirm it's not on another page. So yeah, it's based on the funding availability. The rink was one of the lower priorities, so we're still paying for the other indoor recreation facilities down there. So I think it's a pool and those types of things. So.
Right. I just thought in the DC review that it contemplated it coming in within 1 year of that being complete. So I thought it was supposed to be in the end of like a small payment, obviously, in the end of this forecast.
I think we're still just finishing off the items that are just above it. in the priority sequence, so it's more likely that that would come in, like in year 10 of next year's budget or whatever.
Okay,
But,
I'm not gonna forget about it, so I'll ask you again next year.
Mr. Chapman is contacting people to find it.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize if this question was already answered while I stepped out. Page 111, with regards to the master plans, there's a little bit of an extra amount in this year. Do we know exactly what that was for?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's a considerable amount of work to be done this year. We have a business case for the expansion of the Dune Pioneer Park Community Center. We're going to be looking at some land uses around the Mill Cortland Community Center. We're also funding a feasibility study for cemeteries and also the regional dispatch review.
That sounds like a significant body of work. Thank you.
Councillor Fernandez?
Yeah, on page 69, the server system failover, was there any questions asked about that? I
There was
could not find that in this list unless it's named something else.
Mr. Haggie?
Mr. Murray left. It's not a standalone project. It's funding. You'll see the comment in the staff report, excuse me, says something about it, how funding has been added to the relevant IT projects. So the funding has been added into, I think it's 3 different IT lines. And you won't find a single project that says system failover.
Okay, so so 310,000 has been divided amongst which projects here? Is it possible to get a response on that? And is it over just this year? I think so from the comment I have here.
It is. All of the funding is shown in 2016 and only 2016.
Well, I'm looking at computer infrastructure provision is 430,000. That sounds like quite a jump from what I would have expected it to be.
So it's in 3 lines. So software, essentially, if you look at 2016 and then in 2017, you'll see that there are 3 lines that are higher in 2016 than 2017. So software, computer infrastructure provision, and the RepNet fiber project. You see how each of those in 16 are slightly higher. Mm-hmm. Essentially, those are the 3 projects where the funding's been added.
And the funding is coming from where?
The capital pool.
CC?
Yeah, CC, but so tax base then?
Yes. Yeah, we don't allocate out to, we don't take money from the gas utility reserve and specifically apply that to a project. We just take it out of the capital pool and manage that as a bigger
okay.
project.
So when I was looking at the existing balances, I noticed that they're in some of those pools. So overall in information technology, we had $436,000 left over. Are we expecting that we're going to exhaust that entire fund before the end of the year, and that's why we're putting in the $310,000 plus what we normally would have been putting in?
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, the simple answer is yes. Mr. Murray was here and prepared to respond to these questions. I can bring him back if you'd like. But all I can assure you is that he has very detailed projections for all of those accounts that show expenditures either this year or in future years. And if funding was available, this funding would not have been added.
And again, the existing balances are to the end of September, so there's still 3 months of costs.
And I understand that, Chair Davey, but even in looking at the existing balances from the previous year, we didn't even exhaust those balances by the end of the year, according to the 2015 budget. Okay, that's all I have right now.
Councillor Gazzola?
Are we going to 122?
To be honest, I've lost track.
That's the last of community services.
One moment here. Yes, we have gone to the end of community services. No,
So we're going to one. I have a question on 122.
122, yes, go ahead.
It's
So we're up to page 122 at this point.
theoretical question. I'm looking at the fire major equipment. You have a substantial credit balance in there of $3 million or so, which I would expect because it's It's really your reserve for, but there's no expenditures in 2016. Is that a coincidence, or will you have expenditures right across the board?
Through the chair, if I hear the question correctly, in 2016, we're actually purchasing a new pumper vehicle for the fire department. Is that what you're asking?
Okay, no, actually, I can say you would actually use your 3142 for that. That's fine. My main concern, though, and it's nothing to do with fire, but it's on all our other equipment on C-127. We're into a debit balance there of close to $2 million. What's happening there? I would have expected. The two sort of work together, that's right.
So essentially there have been purchases that have been made. There's funding in the fleet reserve to fund them, and the transfer out of that reserve to fund the capital project has not happened yet.
They've been made ahead of time, or?
No, they're as approved in the budget. It's just the timing of moving the funds out of the reserve fund into the capital balance hadn't happened by the time we ran the report.
All right, thank you.
Okay, not seeing any further questions, we'll do asset management, facilities management, and fleet as well. So we'll go from pages 123 to 127. Councillor Fernandez?
Sorry, I'm trying to combine these pages with these ones. So the Williamsburg Phase 2 development, have we not completed that whole Phase 2 yet? Oh, Kim?
Mr. May might be able to answer this.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the bulk of the work has been done. There's still some outstanding costs related to some of the site works.
Due to some of the site works, did you say? Okay. Yeah, Ms. Kugler, I apologize. I should have asked this before you tried to get out of here. We had $50,000 left balance in the Williamsburg Phase 2, and we're increasing some additional funding, so I kind of needed to understand. I thought we had completed that when we did the grand opening, but we haven't.
Ms. Kugler?
Through you, Chair Davey. Currently at Williamsburg, the property has been prepared, but there's now the features like the columbarium, some of the what I would call the landmark features are being purchased over the next number of years.
Okay, so that's why we're adding $265,000?
Correct.
And how many years do we expect this to take before we'll have that completed?
So Phase 2 included as well the mausoleum. So in the later part of the capital forecast, there's some dollars that are allocated. And then there are some additional dollars that would be allocated to that in the future 12th year, 13th year if you're projecting out that far in the capital budget.
Okay. A quick question about the arenas. This time I noticed that they were all sort of bulked together in the existing balances. Can you help me understand why that happened? So there was $385,000 left in just the arenas. Usually you break them out.
So traditionally the auditorium has all of its large capital projects individualized. The arenas were always under arenas, and then as years progressed with adding Activa and Sportsplex, they started to be broken out. This year, to simplify it, we actually have tidied up and looked at our 10-year forecast for all the arenas, and we detail it within the budget system, what equipment for which arena, but it's one account that we use now.
Okay. Thanks for your indulgence. Thanks for coming back in.
Thank you. Okay, again, reminder, we're on pages 123 to 127. Councillor Gazzola.
I'm not sure if it's on 126 or thereabouts. I just wanted to ask about the City Hall spandrel glass. What is that? There's still a bunch of money there.
Ms. Fletcher?
Through you, Chair Davey, the spandrel glass panels are the decorative panels on this building. on the tower portion of City Hall. We have a provision in to do a repair. We're investigating alternatives, is quite honestly why we haven't spent it.
Okay, Councillor Fernandez.
Yeah, I noticed that we have COF maintenance on 125, but I also saw in existing balances that we have COF maintenance for 39,796, and then we have consolidated maintenance facility for 131,000. What's the difference? Like, isn't that the same complex? Isn't that the same facility?
It is. Through the chair, the KOF maintenance account was established when we opened the building, and it is intended to maintain the building moving forward. The account listed CMF was related to the project for building the operations facility. And we couldn't reconcile the deficit that was sitting in that account until we sold the lands at Chandler and at Elmsdale. So once the Elmsdale lands were sold, we're still reconciling a few items in that account, and then it will close out.
So do we expect that this $131,000 will be reconciled by the end of 2016 or 2015?
By the end of 2016.
Okay, so then we will no longer see this consolidated maintenance facility line. Is that?
That is correct.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Gross?
We have one more property that needs to be sold before reconciliation, and that's the small piece from the Battler site. And I believe should close either late this year or early next. And if it doesn't close, then it might carry over. But I just wanted to clarify that.
Sorry, remind me which one on Battler Road.
It's the small 2.5 acre parcel at the intersection of Battler and Trillium. Sorry.
Oh, it's Trillium and Huron. Okay. Oh, but I see where you're putting the connection. Yes, it backs onto the Battler Road. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Gazzola?
We're still on infrastructure.
Sorry?
We're still on,
I haven't moved ahead yet, no.
Yeah, okay, no, I just want to ask a question about the Iron Horse trail improvements.
Okay, we're not there yet, but we're...
Okay, well...
Just stay queued in because there's no one left in the queue at any rate. So we will take we'll go through pages 128 through to 134, the Natural Area Acquisition Fund. Okay, so Councillor Gazzola, go ahead with your question.
No, when we were doing the paper on this, I had asked if I could receive some detail as to what I'm not sure, $3-4 million expenditures that were planned, what they related to. We obviously have the figures because we had to come up with the total figures. And I have not seen that detail. Had I received that, I'm just curious on this $750,000 that's set aside for 2016, if it can, and I don't need the answer today, if we can just get the detail. Is that for, what is that for? Is that for street crossings? Is it for work on the trail itself, or what have you? If we could get a breakdown. Staff obviously have the breakdown because they had to put the figures together. You don't have to answer today.
I can give you a very quick answer.
Sure, Mr. Ritz.
Through the chair, that information was provided in the Iron Horse Trail Master Plan strategy. What we're looking at is phase 1 for $750,000 to do that first phase, which includes trail widening, trail improvements, trail crossings, etc.
And I guess the question I was asking at the time, is there a way of getting a split on what each one of these components are?
A more detailed breakdown.
Yeah.
We can provide that.
You've obviously got it to build up your totals.
Yes. Some of that was provided in the master plan. We can provide additional information.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Galloway-Seelock. Thanks, Mr. Ritz. We are on pages 128 to 134.
I have a question on 131 with regards to the South District Park. My question would be around possibly looking at ways to, or how much would it cost if we were looking to increase the work being done there to include the playground area and the splash pad?
Through the chair, our South District Park Master Plan provided information on the various phases. The recreational or neighborhood park phase that Councillor Galloway is referring to identified a playground area for $350,000 and a splash pad area for $250,000.
Okay. And would it be possible if the money was available to move those two pieces into the phase one?
We have staff capacity to do that in phase one. Our terms of reference with Stantec, our consultant, has the ability to do some of the park design as well.
Okay. Then I would like to ask for an issue paper for looking to address the inclusion of the playground area and the splash pad into the phase one of the South District Park with funding options available in that issue paper. I have some ideas of where it may be able to come from that I can work with staff on to be informed in the issue paper, but I don't want to get into the debate on that today, but save that for final budget day. And I do think that there are some concrete ways to make that happen. So that would be my request.
Okay, and that can be done within, okay, very good.
And I think that's all of my questions.
Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, on pages C130 and C79, the community gardens, it's my understanding that for a number of years now, the community gardens have got water from nearby houses for a total cost of, this is 4 gardens, total cost of $2,600 a year. We're now talking about spending $50,000 instead and moving away from that arrangement, and I'm wondering why we're doing that. Why do we not continue with the cost of $2,500 a year for the next 20 years instead of spending this $50,000?
Through the chair, I'll do my best to try to explain this, but it came from a request from utilities that they could no longer fund the water service for splash pads, that it wasn't within their mandate. So they've asked operations to include it in the capital budget to actually put in those services. There's 4 different services that are currently being fed from adjacent houses, and the goal through the additional community garden budget in 2016 was to create that infrastructure, put in those services so that the city could provide water to those gardens.
And that is $15,000 per garden? Is that the...
Approximately, yes. It varies on location depending on how close the existing service is and the street frontage.
Mr. Chapman, Dad?
Through the chair, we had a lot of discussion around this issue through budget review. It is not our intention to fund those 4 services at that cost. We believe there's a legitimate issue around the water utility paying those costs, and so we made budget adjustments to pick up those costs within the operating budget. We did, however, leave the provision in for 2 reasons. One, we know there's a lot of interest in expanding the network of community gardens, and so this is funding to accelerate that. In the worst case scenario, it also provides some funding should any of those neighbors disagree with providing that support in the future. It would enable us to find other solutions, but we will not proceed to install those 4 services at this point in time based on that cost.
Do we have an issue paper on that subject? I think I've seen one, but no?
No, it's below the threshold, and so it's only referenced here in the staff report.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Fernandez?
Okay, I'm sure I'm behind. City Centre Garage, we removed the $199,000 for the 10-year forecast. What did we do with that money? Where did it go? And where would that relate to the forecast?
Mr.
on
Chapman.
what page?
Those costs were funded through the parking enterprise, and so the capital transfer from the parking enterprise has been reduced by that amount. And given what you know of the deficit situation in that enterprise, it's only helped to improve their bottom line a little bit.
Sorry,
It wasn't reallocated.
Both doors went at the same time, so you said they went to
The parking budget was paying for it. The parking budget will no longer pay for it, and so it's a small savings in their budget, which reduces their deficit marginally.
Okay. We haven't gotten to the fleet replacement equipment, have we?
We are past fleet replacement.
Okay. And we're
up to page 134.
Okay, so we're up to 134?
Correct.
Okay, so if I have questions on 129, can I ask them?
Yep, we're at 134.
Okay,
So.
okay, great. So the community trails general provision, we're adding $270,000 to that. We have 1.1 million in the existing balance. Are we not getting to the trails because we don't have resources, or why is that?
Mr. Ritz.
Through the chair, staff resources were an issue this year. There's two things that come to that balance correction. One is staff resources this year were a little slim, so we didn't get to the trails projects that we wanted to as much. The other thing is we took a step back and we looked at prioritization of our trail work. So we have a lot of trail work that we need to do out there right now. Well, we took this year to take a step back and to prioritize both the trails that need to be completed as well as the trails that need to be upgraded. The third piece to that is we had LEAF provision money back 4 years ago for $2 million. We couldn't expend it all in 1 year, so what we did is we proportioned it over 4 years, and we still have a proportion of that LEAF funding of $500,000 that we'd still be expending in 2016.
Okay. Will we be able to tackle more work coming in 2016 on trails and use up this money for? I mean, we get a lot. I get a lot of people talking about trails and cycling on trails myself, and then with the cycling advisory committee, we've got a person who sits on it now for trails. It seems like we've got the funding and we're just not pushing it out. So, I mean, outside of adding more staff complement, is there other ways? I mean, the weather has certainly been cooperative in terms of being able to do some trail work.
Through the chair, I'll be the first to agree that we've been slipping a little bit on trying to get some of this work done. In 2016, we'll have a very aggressive program on trying to correct that.
Okay. And some of these will be new trails in existing neighborhoods?
So the prioritization that we worked through had a combination of two things. It looked on the new trails filling the gaps in the trail system that we currently have, as well as looking at our existing trails and what upgrades we need to do. So there may be problem areas where there's erosion and stuff like that that we need to correct.
Okay. All right. That's great. All right. Thank you. Can I talk about the Grand River Park?
Yes.
131?
Yep.
Okay. So I see that on the project page that we're talking about taking some money from a number of different funds. I have some real serious concerns about how this is going to impact our sidewalk repair program and our Emerald Ash Borer. Can you, Mr. Ritz, fill me in on what the situation is with the Emerald Ash Borer? Because I believe that we had some existing funding left over as well from that.
So I would refer you to the additional issue paper. I'm just trying to get the correct number on that.
208, I think.
208. What we've provided on C208 is an update on the Emerald Ash Borer. And what it identifies is back in when Emerald Ash Borer first came up, we had an estimate of $4.7 million to do all the tree removals. And we identified that we would still have an outstanding issue of doing tree planting of another $2 million. What we have found over the last 2 or 3 years is that we've been very efficient through a staff dedicated at this project, as well as very efficient tenders to do stump removal and tree removal, as well as some tree planting costs and tree injections, that we now look at the forecast and we think we can do everything that we have identified in the 10-year forecast of $4.7 million to do everything, including the tree planting at this point. So it's a good news story that through very efficient tenders, we've been able to make this whole program work with the existing budget.
So just so I'm absolutely clear, we've got $759 million in the existing balances for EABA. We are, sorry, are we adding any more? We're not adding any more into that fund. Oh yes, we're adding in, sorry, we're adding in $500,000 into that million. That's 132.
So through the chair, if you look at C-132, we made some adjustments to our capital forecast this year. 2016, you'll see a slightly lower value than what we had in the previous year. And the other thing you'll see is in the later years of the budget, where we had no EAB budget identified, we've added money in there. The overall impact to EAB remains the same, but we've reallocated the funding. The funding identified in the later years of EAB really deals with future tree injections. We have to do that annually.
Right.
Okay. Councillor Fernandez, your time's expired. So
Okay,
queue back in.
I'll queue back in.
Yeah, there's lots of people in the queue. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Davey. Councillor Fernandez was. I'm just going to expand on what she was discussing because that's what I was looking at with the EAB. And I thanks for the issue paper, Dan. My only concern about the issue paper in general is timing, because it still looks like it's a 2-year process, and that's where I'm hearing most of the complaints. So I'm just wondering what is there. Thanks for finding efficiencies and doing a great job with this, but I'm just wondering what can we do to increase the timing if possible.
Yeah, through the chair. So on page C208, we anticipated this question. And what we've done is we have a little chart that illustrates the timeline for EAB. In that timeline, the first year really deals with tree removal and then the tree stumping and tree injections happening at the same time. And it's not till the second year that we can actually get to the tree planting. We can't really do tree planting when we still have stumps in the ground. Okay. So the second year, we're looking at doing the tree planting in the spring. What tree planting we can't get done in the spring, we'll do in the fall.
Okay.
So we're looking at a kind of a 2-year max program to get the tree replaced. In reality, it's probably a year and a half from tree removal, and I think that's the best we can do. Okay. Given the amount of work that has to be done.
Okay, I think that's satisfactory. Again, back to the Grand River project and with the sidewalk, and this may dovetail into item on C-135 as well, if that's okay if I can ask that question. And that's regards with the sidewalk repair. So where is that fund, the $160K coming from the sidewalk? Where is that exactly coming from?
Okay, I might have to refer to my operations folks here, but that was federal gas money. We looked at the sidewalk capacity in the 2015 balance, and there was capacity in there where there was still work that needed to be done. So we recognized that there's a bit of a surplus, and that could go towards the Grand River Park. Okay, because my concern is, and I still see it in my ward all over the place, where I see sidewalks with pavement on it, and I want to know why we aren't tackling those first instead of Yep. I'll ask Dan Locke to assist with that question. Thanks.
Through the chair, we'd have to look at where the program is right now and get back to you with something more concrete on how much we're doing and how much we can do, and whether we can ramp that up to potentially contract some services out or add additional resources to what we have now.
Okay, so recognizing that you're relatively new in the role, looking at the forecast on C-135, Yeah, you probably don't have a clue whether or not this would be sufficient funding for that service.
It's sufficient funding for the program that we currently have. I believe that what we did was it was where we were having more than we could get to with what we were resourcing currently. So if it's council's decision that you want us to look at what additionally we could resource and put this money to or other money, then we could look at that and get through a bigger amount of repairs in a year.
Well, I think that would be prudent because I've had this pavement at several locations for at least 5-6 years. So, like, I mean, it would seem to make more sense if we allocated some more dollars or at least get a better comprehensive review on this process.
I would, through the chair, I would say that the program with the legislation coming out a few years ago now and where we are, we probably should do a review of it and come back to council with that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mayor Rabinovich.
Thank you. And just on that last item, I suspect that part of the reason staff referenced that as a funding point is on, as I look on C198, that account has $804,000 in it. So I think I would imagine, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but they recognize that there's already $800,000. They were suggesting another $400,000 go in, and there's probably no way you're going to get anywhere close to doing $1.2 million next year, even with more staff.
Through the chair, that's correct. If we were going to spend all that money, we'd have several contractors having to be part of the equation.
Okay. I mean, I still think we need that additional information that
Yeah.
Councillor Ioannidis is talking about, but I think that's probably where some of the issue is coming from. And I lost my other question. I'll cue back in. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I want to talk about the Grand River Park, but I do want to add to that question on the sidewalks. There are an awful lot of areas in the ward that I represent where the orange paint has worn off and the asphalt that they have put in has disappeared. In front of my own house, I have two spots where it's almost 6 years now that the orange paint was there. I go after my ward councillor and he does nothing. I think this is an area we need to look at because I know it's in the ward I represent. I'm sure it's in the ward across the city, and people are wondering what does that orange mean? Does that mean that it's never going to be fixed or not? Okay. My main question was on dealing with paper numbers 4 on the Grand River Park. I can't quite understand how all of a sudden this has gotten to be up to the #1 priority list on our capital forecast. Reading, when the paper on C185 refers to these old studies back 1993, 1995, 25 years ago. A lot has happened over that period of time. I'm not sure what the 2010 plan states, but all of a sudden we're throwing $810,000 into that project in 2016, bang, and making it a #1 priority. And to my way of thinking, there are a lot of other problems we're facing in this community of much higher importance than that. So I just like some kind of explanation as to how that got to...
Sure, we'll get an explanation from staff, but clearly this item came to committee and council a couple times now and was approved. Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, there was a staff report where this item was specifically referred to budget. I would also remind council that you did set a very clear set of priorities for outdoor and indoor rec facilities. The Grand River Park was the 4th top priority that council set in terms of outdoor leisure facilities. And when I look at the ones that were above it, they have already received funding. So this is just another step in the line of funding those priorities.
Okay, Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I'm not satisfied when I consider all the problems we have with our utilities that this has become such a high priority at this point.
Thank you. Councillor Fernandez?
Yeah, so I just want to go back, and I apologize because I finally connected the dots here on the EAB. What I'm hearing from you, Mr. Ritz, is that we've been efficient, we've gotten a lot of tree removals and stumping done, and we are not behind in tree replacement at all.
Through the chair, we do have tree replacements to be done still. We're looking at a very aggressive program in 2016 to catch up on some of those. But what we've been trying to do is do our tree replacements within a 2-year time frame. We'd like to improve that and make it within a 1 year.
Okay, and we can do that with this $250,000 being removed?
Correct.
Okay, so this is the entire program across the entire city with no gaps?
Correct. We have the capacity from existing balances in 2015 to have a very aggressive tree removal and tree planting program next year. So that funding that we've reallocated to Grand River shouldn't be affected.
Okay. So can I ask why wouldn't we, since this is funding for trees in general, why wouldn't we have taken this, since we're doing so well, we obviously have been tendering well, why wouldn't we take advantage of this money and replace trees in areas where trees have been taken down because of the ice storm that we had, in parks where trees are not surviving very well, or on boulevards where, we've heard from Councillor Galloway-Seelock over and over again that in some of her areas the trees are not surviving. Why would we not be using the money for that?
To be clear, Councillor Fernandez, that's the question for us. Staff simply looked for funding to fund the items that we determined were priority. So they came up with this funding in areas that they thought were excess and applied them to areas that we indicated were high priority. So if you want to bring forward that, or council wants to bring forward that direction, we can do that, but we can't fault staff for bringing forward options that we asked them to bring forward.
Oh, I'm not faulting them. I'm just asking.
Okay, sorry, faulting is probably the wrong word. Questioning staff.
Yeah, I'm just, tree for tree, right? You're replacing trees that we've lost. Why not keep going with that? And that's something that helps us on so many counts, with our climate change, with our I can go on and on. So I guess through
the chair, I can provide an answer,
sure.
Kind of a staff level answer to that. So our focus has been on EAB, and our staff resources have focused on EAB as a big impact to the community. What we're also focusing on in 2016 is looking at an urban forest strategy. And I think through that strategy, it'll point out some of those shortfalls, and then we can come forward back to council with what do we really need to do with our urban forest in the long term. So more information should come back later in 2016 on that.
Okay, so then I'd like to put forward, and I know we don't do recommendations, right? Is that what you've indicated to me?
You could ask for an issue paper.
Okay.
For final budget day.
Okay, so I would like to have an issue paper related to if we kept that $250,000 into our urban forest, because you've already said that you're going to be looking at that. If we could keep that funding and redirect it back into our urban forest and keep creating that, because we're still below what the provincial average is, I believe, right?
For tree canopy?
Yes, for tree canopy. We're still quite below that.
Correct. That's part of the study that we're doing this year. We will look at tree canopy and some tree canopy targets that we should be looking at.
Okay, and I think that would be very important and helpful for us to understand. Because I'm going to be out of time again. Quickly, the sidewalk repair. I'm waiting to hear from numbers from our legal staff on our slip and falls. I just don't feel comfortable until we have those numbers taking any money from our sidewalk repair at this point in time. So maybe since I'm waiting for that, we can dovetail that with sidewalk repair funding, so we have an understanding of the implications.
Okay, I was going to ask that question as it was raised by Councillor Ioannidis. I'm just going to stop this. So two things. Staff's made it entirely clear that this $160,000 will have, if it comes out, will have zero impact on the number of sidewalks that get repaired next year as their staffing doesn't permit it. So the question I was going to put forward was, this seems like a much larger, more complicated issue than we should be dealing with in budget. So my understanding was that this was going to come back outside of the budget process, and I'm looking for confirmation. That's okay. That's the indication.
Okay, because I didn't hear Councillor Ioannidis' can you just reiterate what you just said?
Mayor Verbanovich, Councillor Ioannidis, Councillor Gazzola, and yourself, and I think a majority of members of council have some issue with the state of sidewalk repair. Having said that, dealing with it within the budget process is probably not giving it the justice that it requires, so dealing with it during our regular council and committee meetings of 2016 seems more appropriate.
Okay, and I see that it's on one of our committee agendas coming up, some sidewalk infill is on that, so maybe we can have that broader discussion. The only other question I have is related to any future funding for the South District Park Playground and Splash Pad. How do we understand that there's any future funding for that?
Councillor Galloway-Seelock asked for an issue paper, so we don't know that yet.
Okay. All right, since I'm out of time, I'll stop.
Mayor Verbanovich.
Thank you very much, Chair Davey. And I was just going to, I guess, if I can, more comment on the whole issue of Grand River Park just briefly, because there seemed to be a lot of questions around that. And as Councillor Gazzola pointed out, that this is an issue, and we've already had this broad discussion, but this is an issue that's been talked about in one way or another since 1993 in our municipality, and has worked its way into various strategic plans, most recently our park strategic plan in 2010. And so I am pleased that we had previously dealt with it, and that staff have found some suggested ways in order to see this move forward. Whether it's the right amount or the wrong amount or so on, I think that's something we can discuss on final budget day. But I think it is important that when we look at this budget, we recognize that this budget is a budget that should be a budget of balance, one that balances our needs and responsibilities in terms of maintaining existing infrastructure that would exist within the city, as well as a budget of investments that invest in the future of our community and the things that are important to our citizens. Things over the next few years, such as the Dune Community Centre, the Southwest Park, this and other investments throughout the city that are important for a growing community if we want to, in fact, continue to grow and continue to see people to choose to live, work, and play in our city. It is very much an untapped resource, I think, the Grand River. You look at how other cities have made use of their parks and their rivers and built parks and trails and so on around that. And it's one that the time has come that we start planning for the investments that are needed in this, and that's part of what's being contemplated here. Mr. May, you indicated that this was, I think you said, the fourth priority. Can you just remind all of council what the list of priorities were from a recreation point of view?
Mr. May?
So through you, Mr. Chair, there's 12 in total, 6 indoor and 6 outdoor. Maybe I'll just list the outdoor, and if you're interested, I could put the overall list on the slide. But in terms of outdoor leisure facilities, the top priority was trails. The second priority was the Southwest District Park sports fields. Third priority was multi-use sports fields. Fourth priority was the Grand River Park. The fifth priority was neighborhood parks, and the sixth was soccer fields.
And the budget that's proposed in front of us makes some investments in all 6 of those areas?
That's correct, or I would remind council of last year's budget where significant work was done to speed up the development of the sports fields in the Southwest District Park. So when you consider that, yes, you're correct.
Okay. That's great. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Fernandez?
Oh, I think I pushed by
No?
accident.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, I too would just add my sentiment to the Grand River Park. I think it certainly did not come out of nowhere. It's been around and got priority from this council. So while there isn't any massive significant investment for quite a number of years, I think it's important that we keep it on the books and keep moving it forward. Okay, we will move on to... We will stop just before the road reconstruction, which will bring us to page 140. Questions to C140. Councillor Gazzola.
I want to start with page C137, and I also have to refer to C186, the issue paper. I'm just trying to understand where all our money that we're setting aside, where it's going. How do I see it here in our capital forecast? I know, and I was, again, to me this was another whole new issue. We're dealing with infrastructure was all of the stuff under the ground. Now we're talking about valves. That's another issue that has come up. We're talking about being proactive on the operating side. The bankers left town. I don't know where all this money is going to come from. So I'm trying to equate in our operating budget. We basically, I looked at it briefly. We're basically setting aside $1 million more in 2016 and $2 million more in 2017 and $3 million more in 2018, 4 or 5. So over the next 5 years, we're setting aside $16 million more, which is causing our utility rates to go up. Where do I see all of that money in the capital forecast?
Through the chair, if you look at C186, the water distribution system improvements, this is to address our depleting infrastructure needs within the water utility. The water valves is a critical component of our distribution system. During emergencies, we need to shut the water off in order to start the repairs on any water main breaks or anything else that happens on the distribution system. Currently, we have over 7,000 water valves, and of those 7,000, about 2,900 of them have not been operated over a long period of time. During the past couple of winters, when we've had water main breaks, when we went to go operate these valves, they're breaking off. And so it extends the period of shutting down the water to the area. Then we have the incurred costs of repairing these water valves. So instead of doing proactive maintenance on them, we're doing reactive replacements of these water valves, which costs more money in the long run than it is to do the actual maintenance. So part of this is to address the maintenance component of our distribution system to ensure that we have a well-running distribution system that when issues do crop up, we can repair it expediently. The other parts are looking at the water services itself, lead service replacements. We have a number of them within the city that we need to look at. Once we come across the lead service, we have to go in and replace that. Again, when we get into proactive situations, if a customer is doing work on their end and we notice that there's a lead service going into the property to our demarcation point, we have to take action and remove that lead service out of there. There's also times when fire hydrants for fire suppression, they need fire hydrants that are working properly in order to have the water flow to fight the fires that are taking place. If we do not do our due diligence on our maintenance of our fire hydrants, then it puts the residents and the homes at risk because they don't have the sufficient water to supply the trucks to take the fires and put them out.
Okay, that helps. You've mentioned there's some monies under distribution system upgrades. I see that, $6 million. When it comes to lead service replacements, we've got nickels and dimes in there, so that's not part of the 10 million I'm missing. As far as the hydrants are concerned, I don't see them sitting out as a separate item. I'm still trying to see where all of that $16 million is going.
We also have the light rail transit that's creating a lot of work for us as far as relocation. We have a number of areas where we've had numerous water main breaks in pipes that are over 70 years old. Some of these water pipes have been capped off, which means that there's only one source of supply to a residential area. We need to correct that situation by having backflow and a backfeed into those areas to ensure that there's proper water for the residential. So there's a number of capital projects that take and eat up that $16 million. That's throughout the whole city that is in dire need to get repaired.
I believe you, but I just would like to see it. It's difficult to understand it.
Councillor Gazzola, your time has expired. Do you have many more questions?
I have one short little question.
One question, go ahead.
You mentioned hydrants. What do we do any preventive maintenance on our hydrants?
Through the chair, yes. Every spring and fall we do hydro testing and hydro dippings. We also make sure that the mechanics are working properly. So every spring after the winter, in case there's any damage that occurred because of the cold and the frost that go into the ground. And then prior to the winter, we make sure that they're working properly as well. So we probably spend about $700,000 in maintenance a year on fire hydrants.
Has that been done for this year?
Yes, it has.
Thank you.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Davey. My item is dealing with the on C-139, and it's dealing with the LRT specific projects. I guess my question is regards to, I see that there's $400,000 in 2017. Just wondering whether or not the region is providing any of the funding, or is this are we upfronting the cost and then receiving a rebate back from the region?
Through the chair, yes, we fund the relocation work and then we invoice the region for their portion.
Okay. Thanks.
Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you. I would ask for some discretion from you on this item. I know we've dealt with it before. This is the first time I believe the information is coming out in the public, and I had some concerns about, this is page C138, also C83, and the issue paper at C188. Gets complicated. I'm concerned that taxpayers are getting stuck with these LRT bills, and I had a couple of specific questions. First of all, I want to know, would we be doing this work at overtime rates during the winter if it was up to us?
Through the chair, we try not to do any construction work during the winter time period due to the frost conditions. Also with the placement of pipes in the ground when it's frozen, and then in the spring when it thaws, there's a number of issues that crop up with doing winterized work. So our preference as staff would be to not do this type of work during the winter.
Makes sense. And is there anything we can do? I think I know the answer. Is there anything we can do to get some relief for these extra costs that we have no control over?
Through the chair, I'm meeting with the Commissioner of Transportation from the region of Waterloo in a couple weeks to go over these winterized works and ensuring that the City of Kitchener is made whole as far as doing work during time periods when it's not feasible to do it, to meet their schedules.
Right. Who gets this extra $2.3 million?
All the relocation work is being handled through a contractor, so the contractor bids on the work and they get paid for the work that they're doing. It does not flow to the region or to the City of Kitchener. What we get at the end of the day is new pipes in the ground.
Is that one contractor or a number of contractors?
We have one contractor that's currently doing the work for Kitchener Utilities.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Fernandez?
Yeah, so we had an existing balance of $4,137,000, and we're talking about doing some replacement of valves. My understanding is that there was some work that was done on retrofitting or repaired valves, but we've decided to go to only brand new. Can you help me understand why we wouldn't be doing something that would be probably a little bit cheaper?
Through the chair, if you're talking about the valves themselves, there's no retrofitting for valves. It's better to replace the whole valve than doing piecemeal work on them because the components are all integrated. Where we're looking at, I'm not sure if you're dealing with the distribution system itself and looking at relining water pipes or, but with valves, we've never made any mention about doing any retrofitting. We always replace it as whole because it makes more sense to do it that way.
Maybe it's the churning component that my understanding is that there was some discussion about that. That's maybe not here.
That's the proactive maintenance of ensuring that you do the greasing and you turn the valves on a regular basis throughout the course of the year. That way there you're ensuring that the valves don't seize up when you need it. So it's like taking any component, if you don't spray it with oil, it seizes up on you. So what we're doing is that we're not spraying any oil in that essence, and our stuff is rusting and seizing up so that when we go to operate the valve, it breaks off.
Okay, so looking at the water replacement existing balance on page C199, we now are sitting at $2.5 million. We're making a request for additional $675,000 per year over the 10-year forecast, and yet we're saying we don't have enough funding, we can't get this work done, but if I'm reading this correctly, we've got water main replacement money that hasn't been used. So why is that?
Through the chair, everything that we've budgeted for the next 5 to 10 years will use up all the funds that we have. We're not in a positive position in regards to replacing our water mains. There's a number of projects that we need to get at that are outside of the triple funded projects that this will account for. So we have a number of locations where it's specific for the water utility only. It does not impact any of the other infrastructure components.
Do we have projects that have not been closed out of this balance yet, and how many of them are there?
We have closed out every capital project on both the water and gas side. We do that basically every year during the summertime period. Once we get into finalizing our budgets in September, we once again do a thorough scan of the projects that have been completed and those that we look at to say which ones will we complete by the end of the year. If not, then we look at rebudgeting it for the following year. So we go through a thorough analysis of all our accounts to make sure that there's no balances that are not attributed to an actual project that we're going to be doing within the next year.
Yet we still have $2.5 million left in the account. If you're saying we've closed everything out, we're
still dealing with a number of projects that we're doing replacement work that we still have to be billed for. So this is in a point of time. I'm not sure if it's September, the end of September, but we're still doing work from September to December that is part of this work. There's a number of projects that are underway that will use up these funding.
Okay, well, I'll be curious to see. We will have the final closeout balance, Mr. Chapman, for our final budget day, right?
Mr. Haggie?
We typically would not provide the existing capital balances unless it was requested by council.
Okay, then I'd like to request that, please. I'd like to know what is left in the water utility fund in the existing balances, once we get to final budget.
And just for timing, since we're going to have the package out before, we will be able to run them as of end of November. They will not be complete so that we can publish in December. Just a note about some of the water balances that are here. The projects are region related, so we're waiting on timing of the region to complete their work in order to do it. So, there's King Street and some of those, Highland Road, some of those roads that are city share of the cost, but we're waiting for the region to do the work and bill us.
And that's under water replacement?
Yeah, so on page 200.
Mm-hmm.
So the 2.5 million that you were talking about at the very end of 199 is a subtotal of the projects underneath it. So it's the projects on page 200 that add up to that $2.5 million. And you'll see that some of those roads that are being worked on at the top of page 200 are actually regional roads, not just city roads.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. So looking at from 200 and going up into 199.
Yeah, so if you took...
but this is just, so water main replacement, sorry to belabor the point, but this is pretty critical to some of the increases that our citizens are going to see for our water rates, right?
Right, so if you take on page 200 from the very top, general water main replacement,
yep,
all the way down to Bridge Bloomingdale, the last one that is not bolded,
yep,
add all those together, you should get that $2.5 million. So those are the projects that add up to that $2.5 million balance you were alluding to before.
Okay.
And if you scan through the list of those projects, you'll note that they're not all just city roads.
Okay.
They include regional roads as well.
Okay. And then...
Councillor Fernandez, I didn't keep track of time, but you're up around 7 or 8 minutes now. So.
Okay. Do I get a second round still?
You can have 2 or 3 minutes second round, yeah. Councillor Yaneski.
Further to the questioning earlier by Councillor Gazzola on the valves and fire hydrants, as you said, with the fire hydrants, you in the spring check them out to make sure that they're functioning and operating. Do you do the same thing with valves in the street to make sure that they don't seize or anything of that nature over a period of time, the maintenance?
Through the chair, that's the valves that we're talking about?
Yeah.
That's what we're doing. That's what we need to do. That's the proactive maintenance that we need to do, is the ones that you find out in the street.
So how often? So you haven't been doing that at all, or are you?
Very limited because of the resources and the amount of funding that we have.
So how often is the valve not checked then?
There's some valves that haven't been checked for 10 years.
And they could seize, so if there's a problem and you have a water main break in the middle of a winter, you try to go turn it off and then that seizes or something like that, then you get a bigger problem?
That's correct. Ottawa Street, we had a big water main break there. We actually had to go down about 4 blocks before we could shut it off. That, and basically for the residents, instead of limiting it to one small area, we had the area in the Stanley Park district out of water because of the fact that the other valves broke off and we had to go back further.
Okay, I appreciate that. I remember that scenario last year. So if you have a regular maintenance then on valves, they would last longer?
That is correct. Valves are basically, you're looking at about a 4-year lifespan, but if you don't do proper maintenance on it on an annual basis, dividing up into zones and doing one every 5 years, you're basically subjecting yourself to issues with them seizing.
Now, you mentioned here in the capital issue paper that you got 7,280 valves throughout the city. Is that more or less a dozen on each street? I mean, the streets vary in length. Is that...
Councillor Yaneski, that has no bearing on the budget. Next question, please.
Well, it's got no bearing. There's no point of asking the rest of the questions then.
Mayor Verbenovich, I have you next in the queue. If you want to... Shouldn't be? Okay, no problem. Okay, that concludes the questions for that section. We'll go on to road reconstruction starting on page 141, and we'll go straight through, since it's all very similar, to 165. So that's 141 to 165. Councillor Marsh.
I just move that after we do this section, let's have a short.
Actually, you know what? Let's do that right now.
All right.
So we'll take a 2-minute break, which will be 5. Everyone, please take your seats. Okay, yes. So is everyone good to go? All right. So we are going to continue. We're looking at pages 141 straight through to 165. That is all of the roads. Questions on roads, Mayor Vrbanovich.
Thank you. Just one quick question, and I don't know if this is us, to be honest, in that stretch or the region, but I've had some folks recently in Councillor Schneider's ward bring to my attention the stretch of King Street, sort of Hofstadter-ish, or maybe a little west of Hofstadter through to the bridge. And that's had a bunch of construction, and it's a well-used section of road because it's the alternate for when there's accidents on Highway 8. And unfortunately, that tends to be too often sometimes. And that basically it's desperately in need of a resurfacing. Is that us or the region?
Mr. Gross.
Through the chair, that was the area in which twin force mains were recently installed. That work, or that road, is going to be resurfaced by the region next year.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. So, further just to pick up the conversation about trying to coordinate where we're not going to overlap too much with the area where the LRT is being constructed, I just wonder about Frederick Street between Duke and Weber. Is that part of, is that related to LRT construction?
Chair, Frederick between Duke and Weber was initiated by the region. So we're doing work there because the region is doing work.
And that's right where we're going to be working on LRT construction next summer as well?
That is part of the LRT extension.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay, there are no more questions. I have two. The first off is the road that I've heard some concern about is in the ward I represent is River Road. Not exactly, but between the stretches of Ottawa Street and Victoria Street. I don't see that anywhere in here. I know part of River Road belongs to the region. Does staff have any offhand knowledge on if that's regional coverage or if that will someday see its way into the forecast? No? Mr. Gross?
I don't have any information on that at this time. I can take that back and get back to you.
Okay, I appreciate that. And the only other item I'd mention is I recall, and I could be wrong, but I would double check. I'm not sure if it makes any impact or not. But the one on the screen here, actually, Ottawa from Highway 7 to Lackner, that has been divided by the region, I recall, and a portion, I believe half of it, I'm not sure if it goes to River Road or not, is going to be happening in the 2019 timeframe. So I'm not sure if that will have any impact. I don't need any comment on that, just letting staff know. Sorry, a couple other people have popped in the queue. Councillor Fernandez.
Yeah, sorry, I thought I pushed down, but this time I didn't. And I can't find the page. I know that there was a line talking about road reconstruction, not road resurfacing, and somewhere I think it's around $3 million. If I can find that.
The general resurfacing, yes.
General resurfacing, maybe, yeah.
165.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There.
And your question?
I realize that comes out of federal gas reserves, and I know we're looking at significant increases in our utilities. So the question I had asked Mr. Taegi previously, and I'm going to ask Mr. Gross this now again, is there any streets that we can hold off resurfacing that are within a certain proximity to the LRT construction in order to put some money back into for our user fees.
Mr. Gross?
Through the chair, we've prioritized all the roads that require repaving. We have 3 times as many roads that require immediate repaving than we have for which we have money. We have looked at those roads that conflict with LRT and removed those from the mix. Even removing those from the mix, we should still be spending at least $5 million a year on repaving in order to maintain our roads at the current level. If we simply maintain the current level of funding, our roads will go down in quality over the next 10 years. Now, excuse me, this is something that I brought forward in 2013 at the asset management presentation. It's something that I'd like to bring forward again in 2016 so that council better understands the implications of funding roads. So the short answer after that lengthy answer is no.
Okay, all right. Well, I appreciate the fact that you have at least revisited some of it in order to try and push some money and funding elsewhere. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Yaneski?
Page 150. I'm trying to understand, that several pages before and after talk about different streets that are all timed in to be reconstructed and their sources. But there's one category on 150 that talks about accelerated infrastructure replacement. And it's got lots of money set aside for it, whereby in 2016 it's in the negative. I'm just trying to understand, what streets would they apply to, or how does that money get allocated? And I just need an explanation as to how you work that one.
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, as you've noted, 2016 is overcommitted at this point in time, so it's not an issue for the current budget. But this represents the line of funding that's being increased by 13% a year for the reconstruction program. So assuming that you approve the budget as presented, then we will come back as a part of the 2017 budget to identify those specific road projects, and each year we'll do the same thing. But it would be premature for us to build in those specific projects until we actually have direction from you around the rates.
Okay, so based on that answer, do I understand then when we looked at the budget last year when we went through this, that figures that were noted in that column for 2015 then got allocated to the various streets that are noted for 2016 for this year?
Not nearly to the same extent. Up until last year, the program was essentially fully allocated. The increases that you're seeing in here reflect the forecasted substantial rate increases for the utility replacement program. And again, as you approve the budget this year, we will move projects into the 2017 program as a part of the next budget process and each year thereafter.
So there'll be new projects or new streets identified in the future years that are not identified here in these half dozen pages or so?
Well, I think two things will happen. There are projects that are right now spread over 10 years that should be done sooner. So some of those that are further out in the forecast will be brought forward and done more quickly. And then we will identify other projects in the work plan that will be done once those works are completed.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gallery-Silak?
Yeah, I may be a little behind the boat on this one. I'm not sure. It's on page 143, but also on page 84 with regards to the Ottawa Highway 7 to Lackner. Understanding that that is a regional project, if I'm correct. First, I'll ask that question. That is a regional project?
It is.
Okay. So my question would be with regards to not being familiar with the project itself. Is the region not responsible for the sidewalks on regional roadways?
Mr. Gross?
Through the chair, the region is responsible for the installation of new sidewalks. However, the city is responsible for their maintenance and eventual replacement.
So in this case, I sat in the steering committee. I believe the region is putting in the sidewalks. They're building new sidewalks on both sides.
They are building the sidewalks?
I believe so.
Then my question would be, why are we putting 606,000 into the project for sidewalk repairs and replacement? I understand the storm sewer, but...
Mr. Gross?
The 606 is a combination of both.
Okay, well, I think we need, in light of what Councillor Davies saying, might be something to look into, and maybe even on a bigger scale, if they're redoing projects on their roadways, it should be their responsible to replace the sidewalks as well. If new installation, yes, it's regional roadways, but replacement, if there's a project and they need to replace it, it should be the regional responsibility as well.
Through the chair, we're presently having discussions on responsibility in those areas.
Is that something you'll be bringing back to us in the near future?
We hope to conclude that during 2016.
Okay, well, I would appreciate whether you feel it's best to come back in a report or, in an email, that's fine, but I would hope that we can encourage them to not only do new installation, but ongoing maintenance and replacement on sidewalks. I don't think it should continue to be our responsibility on their roadways. So that would be my 2 cents.
I would suggest in the short term, I'm not sure if you stepped out, Councillor Galloway-Seelock, but this project too was, I believe, was divided in half, and half of it's been deferred to 2019. So maybe an email might be appropriate to touch base with the region and see what exactly they're covering.
Right, and I guess my question would be with the 606,000, how much is that attributed to stormwater versus sidewalks? I'm not trying to delay or stop the project. I just want to make sure.
Understand.
Responsibility is where it needs to be. Is that something you'll bring back for us? Or can answer now? Or?
Gross.
Through the chair, I don't have the answer presently, but I will send that in an email.
Mr. Hagee?
So on the page 143, it shows that of the total cost, 200,000 is fed gas, which would fund sidewalk, and the remaining 450 is stormwater. So presumably that's the cost.
Presumably, okay. That's. I guess I would ask. I don't know if it would take much for an issue paper then, just with regards to. I don't know if it needs to be an issue paper. Maybe I'll ask for it in an issue paper. But if it can be dealt with outside of that, but that 200,000. With regards to the sidewalks, just figuring out with the region whether or not that's something that they're actually going to cover, and if we can get that for final budget day, I guess that would make sense. Thank you.
Very good. Looks like there's no more questions in the queue, so let's take bridges, new construction. Let's go to 169 sanitary. So looking at pages 166 to 169, any questions on those? Not okay. Councillor Fernandez.
Yeah, the South Strasbourg sanitary sewer here in 2016. Is that related to the Strasbourg Road North section at all?
Mr. Gross?
Through the chair, yes.
So are we anticipated to start that work in 2016? Do we have the full funding for that?
Through the chair, the funding for the sanitary sewer is in place. However, the sanitary sewer and the road should be going together. I believe you may be aware that there has been a request for a credit refund agreement, which would bring the road funding forward so that both the road and the sewer can be done at the same time.
Okay. Do we have a sense when that would be coming to council?
I believe the credit refund agreement will probably be in front of council in January. I'm not sure whether it will be before or after final budget day at this point.
Okay, so kind of to my previous comments about new roads being pushed forward, not being able to take. You just admitted that we're behind on resurfacing roads that we have. We're not even close to getting completed, and yet we're talking about putting in a major road with upfront funding, but we're going to possibly have to take care of that road, right?
Through the chair, the credit refund agreement would include the costs to be borne by the developers for maintaining that road up until the time that it would have occurred in the DC.
Okay. The Old Mill Pumping Station, I see we've got the 3 funding in there. We're just starting on the EA right now. Do we expect that we're actually going to start doing work on that in 2016, or is this still working on the EA? And I mean, I know that we still have a couple of public meetings that are going to be happening on that.
Through the chair, we expect the EA to be completed by early spring, which would allow us to tender and have it under construction by summer.
Oh, that's pretty quick. Okay. What page are we going up to, Councillor?
169.
169, okay. I may have some more questions. Oh, there's nobody else, is there?
Okay. Don't have anyone else in the queue. So we will take the balance of the page flip, which brings us to page 173. Not seeing any questions. Councillor Fernandez?
So not necessarily a question on this. I have a couple of other questions related to existing balance with the Huron Bridge. Have we not completed that project? Because I noticed that there was still an existing balance in there.
Who can speak to the status of the Huron Bridge and whether everything's been charged? Mr. Allen.
Could you give me a page reference, please?
And I'm sorry, I don't even have that myself. So I was just looking frantically through it, and that's why I had to stop my line of questioning.
Look it up here, right?
Let me just go to another question you might be able to answer. There is $88,000 on CAP 204, so maybe that's where I saw the Huron Bridge as well. Yes, I did. 204.
204, yeah.
So the first one, let's go to the Old Mill Road Bridge. There's $88,000 left in that, and my understanding was that that work was complete. And the Huron Bridge is just further down, and that's $31,000.
So the Huron Road Bridge, yeah, the work is done, but this would be probably for some final work that's not been addressed through the contract. We'll have to get back to you on that. I don't have specifics for you. Old Mill Bridge, I think that is actually a new project in our capital forecast, if I'm not mistaken.
I would have thought that was work that was done when they put in the Old Mill Road sanitary sewer that was connecting to the Cambridge pumping station, and there was work done on the bridge at the time. I didn't know that we were doing any more work on that recently, unless it's accumulative for the Old Mill pumping station.
Mr. Gross?
Through the chair, the Old Mill Bridge is shown as a new project when we went through the line items in September. So that is a new project. And the Huron Road Bridge is, there are just some outstanding balances still that need to be paid for maintenance holdback.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councillor Marsh?
Thank you. Actually, a question for Mr. Reedman. It's just regarding on page C172, the community-led traffic calming. I'm looking forward to seeing that come forward as a new policy, and I'm just wondering if you could comment on the budget. It's $10,000 a year that's being allocated at this point, with no increases in the foreseeable future. So can you tell us what will $10,000 get a neighborhood?
Through the chair, a speed hump is about $5,000. So it depends on what the nature of the project is. If it's some signs, that's a couple $100 per sign. If it's a mural painting, that could be co-funded with the community. So it really depends from project to project.
Okay. So, all right. So we will see, I guess, once it's up and running, how people end up using it. But I would like to. I guess it's premature, but I think that quickly we're going to see that this is not enough allocated funding for the future. But I guess what I'd like to ask is for you to take note of a request for an issue paper for the 2017 budget to, once you see how it's being used, to potentially see us increase this amount if it's needed. That's all.
Okay. Claire? Very good. Councillor Galloway-Seelock?
Actually, on that exact point, I was thinking along the same lines, but maybe a little bit sooner. I notice on page C 205, just the traffic calming balance. Can you tell? There's $444,000 in there. I'm assuming some of that is committed to maybe outstanding projects. But how much is there? Is there much left over that's not committed at this point? Understanding you like to have a little bit there to do some of the bigger projects.
Through the chair, the traffic calming budget is a 3-year process. So typically we don't spend the funds until about 2 or 3 years after the approval of the project. There are a couple projects from 2015 that still haven't been invoiced fully, so Glasgow Street, Pioneer Drive. So we anticipate most of that budget being committed at this point in time.
Anticipate most of it? I was just looking at that combined with the amounts that are given on an annual basis, and I have encouraged us to increase our traffic calming budget. I was just wondering if there was any way, and maybe it's an issue paper for this year, if there is any outstanding balance in that, if that can be transferred over, or a small portion of it be transferred over into the community-led traffic calming, just to get that a little bit of a boost in the first year, and then maybe it can accumulate over years so that we can. I think there's a number of streets that probably could utilize some of that money, so it's just a thought that if you could come back with an issue paper this year to try and see if we can ramp up that one a little bit. Is that possible?
Through the chair, we have outlined a business plan for the next 5 years, and the balance does go down close to zero after the 5 years. So.
Okay. That's fair. Then we'll just leave it, and what Councillor Marsh suggested can come forward to inform 2017. Thank you. Councillor
Etherington?
Through you, Mr. Chair. In my riding, particularly in my neighbourhood in Victoria Park, Mr. Redmond, we have a variety of traffic controlling measures. The most effective one I've seen, particularly this weekend, was Canada geese. Have you considered using Canada geese elsewhere? Just kidding.
Catch and release program? You don't have to answer that question, Mr. Councillor Fernandez.
So I have a couple of questions with relation to the issue paper on stormwater management and Pond 10, right? Yes, Pond 10. So just in reviewing the stormwater remediation, we have $2 million sitting in the existing budget. And then we have this, I was a little bit puzzled. There was a stormwater infrastructure implementation, which last year had $923,000 in it now, but I couldn't find that from the previous budget. Is that something that was renamed?
Mr. Golden?
Through the chair, no, this has been a line item in the capital budget for since the inception of the utility. It may have been renamed, but the line item has been there consistently.
Okay. And there was something else that I was speaking to Mr. Hagee about before lunch about renaming. And I understand there's probably a rationale behind that, but maybe in the future we could put in brackets if we rename something what the previous name is, so we're not going through pages and pages and pages of stuff going, now where is that and how did that disappear? So the work that's going to be done, we're asking for a $1.5 million increase just for Pond 10.
That is correct.
So what about the other work that, like the Victoria Park rehabilitation, is that not closed out yet? Or the Schneider Creek Channel, is that a new project?
Through the chair, Victoria Park Lake rehabilitation, the balance you see remaining in there is related to the Filsinger work that was completed upstream.
Mm-hmm. That's completed, is it not?
There is still the maintenance holdback, but the work is completed.
Okay. Because, I mean, I understand that there's a number of projects here that are listed as new projects, new stormwater remediation. I'm just wondering if there's a way we can do the work on this pond and add in a couple of other ponds. I mean, the one I'm thinking in particular is the one that's on near West Heights, I think it is. I sent you an email on that one.
Pond 108.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, through the chair, so this was also brought up during operating budget, and we will be looking at all of our stormwater ponds and prioritizing them relative to each other.
Okay. And then the parking, so that's it. That's all for you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Bowen.
So we've got an issue paper on 108 on the fact that we've pulled this $2 million, right? Out because we're not going to be putting in a parking garage. Is that my understanding here?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. I'm just, so you added it to 2020 only because you expect future parking needs in the Innovation District?
Yes, through the chair, we've always had one garage out about 10 years, and we keep it out there in the event that we can start slowly moving it across the page, and once we have a determination that parking is required at that point.
Okay, I guess it's sort of contradictory in my opinion to what we're trying to do in terms of pushing transit. We're still seeing a couple of our surface lots and our parking garages that are really underutilized. I don't understand why we would still have a place marker for a parking garage in 2020. I mean, that's only 5 years out from now. By then, we will see the full implementation of ION. To me, it's like we're sending a double message. Why wouldn't we earmark that for something else?
Through the chair, I'm not sure of that answer. We have a garage slated for 2024. So I think you mentioned 5 years out.
Well, it says here the $2 million in funding from Economic Development Reserve was added in 2020 to fund expected future parking needs in the Innovation District. So am I not understanding that it was in 2020?
Mr. Reedman?
Through the chair, we've transferred that from the city center parking. We've recognized there's likely going to be demand on the west end of the city around the Innovation District. With the Victoria Street multimodal hub, we're working with GO Transit on what their needs are for a parking station, and we're doing our business plan review as part of the parking enterprise review, and that will identify the need for a facility. My understanding is if we don't keep the money in the budget, it takes away our eligibility for DC funding in the future for new parking garages.
Mr. Chapman on that?
Through the chair, there are two pragmatic reasons why we'd suggest leaving it in. One is that we can build it into future DC studies, as was alluded to. The other is that we've closed out all the money we had for the parking structure on City Centre, and most of that, as you know, went to the Economic Development Reserve. We felt it was prudent, although this is not nearly what was closed out, to leave some of that money in the parking projection until there's a certainty that it's not required. Otherwise, it will be fully available within an Economic Development Reserve for other projects. As you know, I think $4 or $5 million came back into the reserve this year. This was held back for parking, given it was such a major reduction in that program.
Okay. I would hate to see us, I guess, put parking in place for a different level of government. So if GO is coming here, should not the province put the funding in for a parking garage. You thought you got away on, Mr. Reedman. And similar to the region, if LRT is coming into a station, would we not be partnering with those two levels of government to put a parking garage in?
Through the chair, that would be our intent to partner with other levels of government so they would pay their fair share for a structure. The long-term vision is to redevelop Brom Street, so there is potential demand in that area of the city for a parking structure. So we want to make sure that we have funds available if and when we need to partner with other levels of government.
Okay, but as we learned early this morning, things can get moved out, right?
Absolutely, they can. It's 5 years away. The other issue is that based on current costing, that allocation would buy about 40 spaces. So very clearly, it's not enough to build an entire garage, but maybe enough to provide for a partnership.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there are no further questions in the queue. I will open it up in a moment, but first I wanted to see if there was any questions on any of the issue papers that were missed. They were all gone. We went through them. Just want to confirm. I'm not seeing any, so what we will do then is we'll go to Councillor Fernandez had asked for a schedule regarding the recreation land reserve. No, I'll do come to that after the end. Okay, thank you.
So I can give you a little bit of a walkthrough of the schedule. So it's more detailed information that we have provided here going out for 10 years. It's in a similar format. So revenues are at the top, expenses are at the middle, then we've got the ending balance at the bottom. Excuse me. I'll draw Council's attention to in year 2018, and the ending balance for the recreational land reserve is $500,000. So that's the kind of the low point that we would have. We wouldn't want to see a reserve go into a deficit. So if there's any discussion about allocating funds from the recreational land reserve, it would be to a maximum of $500,000. Otherwise, you would be driving this reserve into a deficit. Up in the top section, I'll draw Council's attention again. About 3 lines down, it says building permits. You can see going across, we're assuming that we're getting funding from building permits to the tune of $750,000 a year. If you look at the projection for 2015, it's $423,000. The year before that was $859,000. That $750,000, as I said this morning, is a multi-year average. So we have seen in some years we've gotten more than $1 million. In 2015, it's actually down a little bit. So again, while we're expecting that there's $500,000 by 2018, to the extent that we don't meet our revenue targets, we wouldn't have that much money in the reserve. Looking in this expense section, you can see the projects where the funds are allocated. So in 2015, you'll see there's $1.9 million budgeted that's been being transferred. That's excuse me, for synthetic turf and for the district park. So those projects were approved as part of 2015's budget. Going forward, you can see in 2017 we have $1.5 million for Kiwanis Park. There's $6 million between 17 and 18 for that's South District Park. So even though it's on a line that says synthetic turf and district park, that's the 1.9 million. The 6 million is only for South District Park. And then out in 2020, you see Grand River Park of $500,000. So essentially in the capital budget you have before you, there's $1.5 million going to Kiwanis Park, $6 million going to South District Park, and $500,000 going to Grand River Park. And if there's a desire to allocate out any more funding, the maximum amount that council could be looking at is $500,000.
Okay, I don't see any questions. I have one. We heard much earlier in the day that our DCs, our staff isn't worried to the point that they want to juggle things in the capital forecast just yet, but we heard the DCs are behind by $2.5 million.
Correct.
Supposing that that situation does not better itself, is this a fund, one of the funds we would look to make sure we don't have to move items out of the capital forecast?
Yes, if it relates to a recreational use.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fernandez? Oh, sorry, Mr. Chapman to add?
Also to add, this would be a source of matching funds for any grant programs. And so if we drain this fund, it would be one less source of potential matching funding.
Oh, so if the federal government were to come in, or a provincial government for that matter, were to come with a new grant opportunity, we would have to have some of these funds set aside?
If the eligible projects fell into this category, yes.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Fernandez?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not following you, Ryan, on the $500,000 that would be left over. I don't know why I'm not seeing that. I'm following the 2016 budget line, or am I following the 2017 budget?
Column E under 2018.
Yeah, if you follow line E across the bottom, you'll see the smallest number there is $511,000.
Column E, ending balance?
Yes.
Oh, I see.
So if you carry it out to 2018, you see that it gets to $500,000. So for instance, if council has said, let's spend another $1 million in 2016, and we did nothing else, that reserve in 2018 would have a negative balance of $500,000 instead of a positive balance.
But that's only if we don't add any more funding to it.
No, we're assuming that $750,000 a year comes into that reserve. Oh, yes,
of course. That's at the top up there. Okay.
So again, to the extent that we do better than or worse than 750, that would fall to the bottom line as well.
Okay. So this came out of a question that I had with relation to an issue paper asking about funding coming from the recreation land to other park.
Right. So I think it was, is there $1 million or $2 million that could go to Upper Canada Park? This would show the answer is no. There's not $1 million that could go. At most, there's $500,000 that could go to some other recreational use. But again, that's assuming we get $750,000 a year for the next number of years, and we're not reaching that in 2015.
Right.
So it is a bit of a concern.
Okay, but then if I'm looking at the expenses for the 400,000 synthetic turf and 400,000, let's just look in 2017, the 400,000 for the synthetic turf and the South District Park, that's only subject to approval in 2017 budget. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's actually, because if we don't get the 750,000 from 2016 to 2017, will we not be in a bit of a challenging position?
Yes, if we're off by $500,000, we by more than $500,000, we'd have to look at what projects we're planning to fund.
Okay.
So it's built on analysis and fact, but again, there's uncertainty. The farther out you go, the more uncertain things become.
Okay, and so, all right, I'll ask this question offline.
Okay, I think that concludes the regular process here. Does anyone have any questions that have been missed during the day? This would be Councillor Etherington.
Through you, Mr. Chair, one quick question. In past years, I've had focused in on the leisure access card program. It's not in this budget. I think that's because staff is satisfied we've increased the amount for that program. But I did want to ask, I wanted to point out that the program, the use of that leisure access card by children, seniors, adults, since in the past 4 years, I believe, has jumped from 2,745 people to 4,471. And I wanted to know from Mr. May, perhaps, what are we doing into future years to make sure we're staying abreast of an increase which I believe will continue to
Sorry, Councillor Etherington, if I could, could I get those numbers again? The number of applicants jumped from what to what?
Yeah, in 2013, I believe I'm correct in saying that in 2013 it was 2745 children and seniors and adults. And in the most recent stats, 2015, that jumped to 4,471 people. So it is continuing year by year to increase. And I wanted to just check to see what we are doing to try and anticipate that continued increase.
Thank you. Mr. May.
So through you, Mr. Chair, this isn't specifically related to the capital budget, but I'm happy to provide some information. The budget that's been presented from staff includes an increase to leisure access card funding of about $17,000. And that should get us to where we need to be after looking at the 3-year and 5-year average for the program. Councillor Etherington is right. The program continues to grow, which in our mind is a good thing. We're confident we have the funding for this year. However, we will have to look at potential to make a sustainable small increases in future years to keep up with the growth of the program.
Councillor Gallo-Silac.
Yeah, just overall, I don't know that we've talked much about capital closeouts, or if I missed it in the both budget packages, where we're kind of projected, or if we have any thoughts on capital closeouts at the end of this year. I see Ryan flipping somewhere, so I'm sure I just missed it.
So they aren't referenced directly anywhere in the package, but on page C180, we have, 179. Oh, and then, oh, no, sorry, you won't be able to see it there. Anyway, the really short version, closeouts were about $1.2 million in 2015, and those are being applied in 2016. So you can see there's an opening balance on page 179 of $1.8 million. It's being drawn down by $1.8 million. So essentially we're taking the closeouts of this year plus the existing balance in that account and applying it to the capital budget. So it's 1.2 million plus about 600,000 that is there right now, and is coming out in 2016, $1.8 million coming out.
So any closeouts that we have this year would then end up into the tax capital reserve fund, is that what I'm...
If the original funding source was the CC or
right.
The capital pool, yes, they get closed out to that
Are
reserve.
Are we going to get that schedule for final budget day? Because I know we got it last year. Just with
as to what the actual closeouts are,
yeah.
We can provide that.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Unesky.
On page 188, which is the issue paper number 6, dealing with the LRT, in the bottom of that page, it talks about the city's portion and the regional portion, and a total being 2.2 million. That's the total project that, because we're talking here at the top of the budget impact, you say 2.2 million. Is that our portion, or is that just our portion only being impacted 1.3 million?
So through the chair, the city impact is 1.3 million, but we budget for the whole project and expect that the region will give us their 943. So we have to show the gross cost of the project, even though not all of it is coming from city sources.
Okay, so yeah, we get the 943 from the region then as part of this whole project. So then further down, you also identify that there's 4 other LRT projects that are not included here with any figures, and that you'll be coming back with a report, separate report, or in 27 budget. What happens if you come back in 2016? Because now things are moving along for whatever reason. Is that going to be an impact on the budget, or how's that going to be handled?
So it will impact the budget. We don't know in what way, shape, or form, and depending on what the negotiations with the region are, could also impact that as far as what they pay versus what the city pays.
In talking with utility staff, they have no comfort level as to what the cost of those 4 projects. So we didn't even make a guess at what it would be for 2017. We know that they're there. They need to be addressed with the region and reported back to council, whether that's through a separate report or whether it shows up during the budget process.
Okay, I lost you there with your comments in the back. Your microphone died or something? Or I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
So it's either going to come back, depending on the timing of when we hear back from the region and get pricing on it, it will either come back, if it's later in the year, it would come back through the budget. If it's earlier in the year, we would expect it would come back as a separate report from utilities to council that would inform the 2017 budget. So either way, it will land in the 2017 budget. It's whether council gets a separate staff report in advance of budget or not.
Okay, I understand that. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Fernandez?
Yeah, a couple of questions on the existing balances. So on 194, we have capital computer software. We went from 23,000 in 2015 budget to 102,000. How did we go up so much?
Mr. Murray isn't here, but Mr. Chapman?
Again, Mr. Murray had all of that information with him when he was here earlier today. In talking with him, I believe that's one of the accounts where we pay annual license fees and that sort of thing. And he's indicated that there were many contracts still to come due for the year, but those funds will be expended. Okay.
And the Delta project, is that not completed? Isn't that something that you worked on yourself, Mr. Chapman, a few years ago? And I wasn't understanding why. I thought it was completed and closed out.
You're correct. This is an account that probably should be renamed. It has not yet been renamed, but this is now the project that carries the cost for large maintenance upgrades. Those are not done every year, and so this is an account that grows by modest amounts, and then every couple of years when we do the major upgrade, those funds are drawn down.
Okay, thank you. Also, in HR, we have we've doubled that. It's the same page, 194. We've doubled what we had in HR from last year's existing balance, 134,000 to 310,000. So it's PeopleSoft HR payroll, but just even the total budget was 161, and now we have 312. How are we exhausting that account, and what are we doing with that money?
I'd have to refer back to our notes on that. If this is the last question, we'll have to report back separately. If it's not the last question, I can take a look at the detail and respond in a minute.
It looks like it would be the last question.
Then we'll have to follow up and provide an answer subsequently.
Okay. And then the other one I have is, again, CSD administration. That was another one that there's significant balance, 127,000 in that. Just wanted to understand how that's in there. And
Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's several outstanding studies, one of which is the city's contribution to the regional dispatch exploration that's going on right now, as well as I believe there's outstanding costs related to the expansion of the Williamsburg Cemetery that was funded through there.
The Williamsburg, sorry? The Williamsburg?
The Williamsburg Cemetery.
Oh, the cemetery. Oh, okay, because it's okay. And then my other question was on page, well, I thought I would find it on page 195, and it's the Corporate Accessibility Fund. And last year, we had 368,233, and that was on page 102 from last year, but I could not find that anywhere. I'm hoping that we've used that money to make all of our facilities more accessible, and I'm wondering if that's why there's no more money, existing balance.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure exactly where the account is. I do believe there is still some existing funding, but a significant portion of that was utilized to upgrade accessibility features at the Forest Heights pool, and so that drew down the account significantly.
Okay. If I could find out what that leftover balance is, I don't understand why it wouldn't be in here.
Mr. Chapman?
So it should be here. I'll let Mr. Haggie look for that. I can respond on the PeopleSoft question. There was an issue paper last year that you may want to refer back to that increased funding for PeopleSoft. There were two projects pending. One was the implementation of performance management, and the other was absence management. Performance management was cheap, absence management was expensive. The order got reversed. We're in the process right now of implementing performance management. Absence management was a large ticket item, and that's been deferred to 2016, 2017.
Okay. Right, and that was all my questions, I think.
Okay. There are no further questions. Just a bit of feedback as we're going through the process. I think there was quite a bit of, there's always quite a bit of questioning around the existing capital balances. Just wondering in future budgets, just to maybe sort of stem some of that, if another line could be added, since I know staff goes through this very carefully, just some commentary as to whether the budget's expected to be depleted or is allocated. It might shorten up not that we're not totally on time, but it might shorten up some of the questions and meetings. I do want to comment briefly as well. The next budget item we have is public input. And I just wanted to let committee know that the strategy for that evening is we've had some difficulty over the years in terms of sometimes expecting a lot of people, sometimes expecting not as many. The plan is to have a sort of a responsive approach for council engagement during that process. In other words, if we get a tremendous number of people that register as a delegation, questions will be severely limited. If we only get a few, then it'd be much more lax, but the intent is for it to be responsive so that everyone has an opportunity to speak, and so we can listen. Councillor Fernandez, is he in the queue?
Yeah, I wanted clarification on your point, because one of the questions I did forget to ask was about, in the existing balances, about anticipated completion date. Somehow I thought there was some questioning about that last year, that I had asked something about that. Is that what you were alluding to?
I don't understand. I apologize.
You said that in an effort to not have as many questions around the existing balances, you said something. And I'm just wondering if I'm assuming that that's what you said.
Yeah, if there could be if there's any huge amounts outstanding, if there could be a comment line on the side, for example, that simply states whether it expects to be expensed or not by the end of the year, just to stem some of that question.
I think we're asking almost the same question, just different language.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't see any further questions. I believe we have to get the final motion approved.
Yeah, we're just saving it over. I would say putting a completion date will be difficult. A lot of the projects we have are general provisions where, the funding is ongoing. So to say an ending date probably wouldn't happen for a lot of them. We can look at what might work as far as, providing some additional context. I would just go back to Mr. Wilmer's point earlier in the day that, the questions you're asking are the ones that we ask earlier in the process. I guess we have that information, you don't, and I can appreciate that. But we'll try to figure out something that helps in some way, shape, or form.
Just put some thought to it. We have a year. Councillor Singh?
Just a question. The approval is just on any issue papers that were requested, right? Just a formal direction, not of the capital. The capital will be finally approved as part of budget, correct?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
You mentioned an approval. Approval is just for the directions that were given to staff as a single motion, correct? That's what you're referring to?
That's correct. Yeah, we're definitely not approving the capital budget just yet.
Our USB stick isn't recognizing, so we're trying to get it, but we are having some technical difficulty.
We're ahead of time. Take your time. Now seems like a good time to remind everyone that Monday is Holiday Sweater Day. Holiday Sweater Day. December 7th, as brought forward, suggested by Councillor Marsh. What Councillor Marsh doesn't know is that all of council said, "Oh, sure, we'll do it," and then she'll show up in her sweater. And clearly, she didn't tune into the council meeting last term where we convinced Councillor Etherington it was Hawaiian Shirt Day.
There's an issue in saving it, so what I'd suggest, Mr. Chair, it's a short list, so perhaps Mr. Haggie can read through what's on the screen. I know that that's less than ideal, but that way we can at least deal with them and then move on.
If that's the worst thing to happen during budget, I have no problem. No problem at all. Okay, I'm going to give everyone a couple of minutes to read that. Councillor Marsh?
Yeah, just one question of clarification about the issue paper regarding the Ironhorse Trail. I wonder if we could just tack on to that, a word about when phase 2 will be, because I didn't see that in the forecast. So that's all.
I don't believe phase 2 is in the capital forecast, but
it isn't. So what? I don't understand why it isn't.
Okay, Mr. Chapman?
Simply because there is no funding for it right now, so the goal would be through successive budgets to try and find ways to build in the future phases. There was only enough funding to build in phase 1 at this point in time.
For 10 years.
So I don't think we're saying that nothing else can happen for 10 years, but we're saying there is no plan today to build the other amounts in. We would have to come back in future budgets to find ways to incorporate future work into the forecast.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Gallery-Seelock?
Yeah, I think staff probably understands my intent with number 9. If the discussions allude to the fact that we aren't going to be responsible for that come back in an issue paper for final budget day.
Okay, any further questions or concerns? I'll take a motion to approve this. Moved by Councillor Gallery-Seelock. Those in favor? Opposed? Okay, that's carried unanimously. Thank you, staff. Good work. And we'll see you on Monday.